Hello. Hi. How's it going? Howdy. Salut. Etc. What's up, people? Let's turn the music down a little bit. Oh. Fan was probably... Yep, it was the fan. Damn it. At least it's not super hot today. So... Today... I'm playing Magic. It's been a while since I have partaken of the magical cards. So... We were talking about it in one of the servers that I'm in. I was just like, you know what? It's been a while since I've streamed Magic. I'm not... As difficult as it is to say, I just wasn't really feeling control today. I was just, I was tempted by the siren song of Magic the Gathering. So hopefully it works out. Hopefully it's a good time. Do I still have the thing? Do I still have that chat command? I don't. Alert box library. Where's the... Oh, there's the... Oh, wait, what? Is there not... Am I at least going to play a control deck? Never! Well, we have this chat command. Bam! I thought I had a chat command for Gladiator as well. Let me see. Da-da-da. Let's see. Oh, wait. Hey! Hello, Immortal McGee. Where? There we go. Add command. Gladiator. Response. Bam. It's Nor. Hey, Nor. How's it going? Gladiator. There we go. Aha! I'm a frickin' wizard. Okay. Now let's close Firefox. Just in case. You never know. I currently have almost 1,000 tabs in Firefox. I really cannot risk leaving that thing open. Not doing much apart from brainstorming deck ideas. Nice. Alright, so... Bam! And then... I get to use my, my assorted stream music playlist for the first time in a while. Oh wait, no. I used it for the RimWorld stream, didn't I? Yeah. Hasn't been that long, I guess. Anyways, so to start off, character on the right of the main splash. Which one? This one? Oh god. The timer. Gray Lady. That is... Nahiri. She is an important character in Magic lore. but her card isn't actually coming, or her new card isn't coming out until it's for another 10 days. I think that's an alternate art for... Uh-oh. I clicked it. My game didn't like that. How dare I click? Oh, I don't want to buy that. What are you, crazy? It's $50! Yeah, that's not... Okay, so it's an alternate art for this card, I think. Mahiri, Heir of the Ancients, which is a pretty cool Boros equipment card. And Boros equipment, I'm down with it. It's pretty cool. Arena's getting... Z3N? Is that what it's actually called? Not sure if Carmen's done any cards lately, but she kicks ass as a person. Nice! It's always really nice to hear about the Magic artists that are cool. Like, I think Fire Feathers? Or something along those lines. They did a bunch of art for one of the secret lairs, I think. Z3N is easier to say than Zendikar Rising. I don't... What is the actual set code for Zendikar Rising, though? Hang on. People have been posting cards from that set all over the place. Let me see if I can just pull one up. Oh god, I'm opening Firefox again. No! I'm a fool! ZNR. Zendikar Nation Radio. That makes sense, yeah. That better not have been a mosquito I just saw. Anyways. I'm starting off with playing against some randos. I have some 750 gold quests here. This one I have a pretty decent chance of getting. Cast 30 blue or black spells. The deck that I've been playing in Historic is base black. Kill 25 of your opponent's creatures. That one is a little less likely to happen, but we'll see how it shakes out. So the deck that I've been playing is this right here. So this is a Historic deck, so it's most of the stuff that's available on Arena, with a couple of bans. Got a couple of Thoughtseize, you know, the classic. Pick a card from their hand, they discard it. Got a couple of Claim the Firstborn, and this card... It's only a 2-of because it's not something you want in every matchup, but in the matchups where it's good, like, drawing this card is just an absolute haymaker. It's great. You just get control of a relatively small or a low CMC creature from your opponent, and this deck is all about sacrificing stuff. So you steal their thing, and then maybe you can attack them with their own thing, and then sacrifice it to one of your cool sacrificey shenanigans. In Gilded Goose, you can get one... It's a mana dork, but you only get mana of any color once. And then it doesn't tap for mana unless you have any more food. Land of War Elves, taps for green. Classic. Blood Artist, one of my favorite cards ever printed. Whenever it or another creature dies, another creature, not creature you control, any creature dies. Opponent loses a life, you gain a life. It's incredible. And then Priest of the Forgotten Gods. This card is actually, like... It kind of seems a little slow, a little clunky, but when it works, oh my god, this thing is just brutal. So, 2 mana 1/2, not an impressive body, but tap it and sacrifice 2 other creatures. Can't sacrifice itself. Any number of target players lose 2 life and sacrifice a creature, and then you get 2 black mana and draw a card. So, you go down 2 creatures, but if you cast Claim the Firstborn, maybe the creature that dies is one of the opponent's creatures. Maybe you're sacrificing a goose that has already tapped for its mana, so it would take a lot of investment to make it, like, actually more valuable on the board again. You could just sacrifice a Llanowar Elf. You could do so many things to sacrifice the two creatures, and then Blood Artist and Mayhem Devil, you get value from sacrificing things off of those two. But then just the activated ability just by itself, just like sacrificing 2 Gilded Goose. Like, opponent sacks a creature, loses 2 life, you get 2 mana and draw a card. So if you get 2 mana and draw a card, you might draw into something like Blood Artist that you can just then cast. It's great. Priest of the Forgotten Gods is an incredible card. Paradise Druid, it's a creature that taps for mana. That's what we want here. But it taps for mana of any color, and it has hexproof as long as it's untapped, so this way, if your opponent is playing like a lot of red removal, you get at least 1 use out of it. Fiend Artisan. It's only a 1-of, but this card is really cool. It gets big for each creature. It gets bigger, +1/+1, for each creature in your graveyard, but you can pay X and either a black or a green mana, tap it and sacrifice another creature, and then you go tutor for a creature with CMC X or less. So, it's like, you have Fiend Artisan and a Gilded Goose, or something, and it's like, hey, right now I really need a Mayhem Devil, or a Woe Strider, or a Priest of the Forgotten Gods, or a Blood Artist. Most of the time, when I activate this card, X is 2, go find Blood Artist. Just so then I have a Blood Artist out on the field, because Blood Artist is great. It not only does it go find a creature, it puts it onto the battlefield. It's really good, but it's not, like, absurd enough to have a bunch of, because you really want the mana dorks. You really want Priest of the Forgotten Gods because it makes your opponent sacrifice a creature as well, so it kind of acts as pseudo-removal kind of thing. So, really cool card, not the most important, but having the 1-of, like, drawing into the 1-of just feels really good. Woe Strider, instant speed, no cost, sack outlet. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Nor. But yeah, Woe Strider, it comes in with a goat. Sacrifice another creature, scry 1, the Viscera Seer effect. But it's also just a 3/2 that comes with another creature. And, on top of that, if the game is going really long, you can cast it with Escape, so get rid of 4 other cards in your graveyard. Woe Strider comes back, so not only does it come back with 2 +1/+1 counters on it, so it comes back as a 5/4, you get another goat! It's great. But then Mayhem Devil is the real, like, the true G homie in this deck, because it's a 3-mana 3/3, great, but whenever a player sacrifices a permanent, you get 1 damage to point at any target. So if you're playing against the Goblins deck, which is pretty common in Historic right now, one of the big ways that the Goblins deck works is it uses Skirk Prospector, which sacrifices other goblins for red mana. So your opponent activates Skirk Prospector, starts sacrificing goblins, you get a bunch of damage to start pointing wherever you want. And also, this deck just sacrifices a lot of stuff, like even Gilded Goose. In order to tap Gilded Goose for mana, you sacrifice a food, you sacrifice a permanent, so then when you do that, Mayhem Devil is like, oh, sweet, cool, we sacrificed a permanent. Damage. Bam. It's great. And then Collected Company, because Collected Company is legal in this format, and Collected Company is a fucked up Magic card. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. Put 2 creature cards with converted mana cost 3 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest onto the bottom of your library in any order. You may notice, I don't have any creatures that are above CMC 3. I have whiffed on this a couple of times at this point. It's not a guaranteed thing, but being able to do something like turn 1 Llanowar Elves, turn 2 Paradise Druid, turn 3 Collected Company, and then just get like a Mayhem Devil and a Blood Artist out onto the field or something like that. The upside to Collected Company is just so bananas, and it gives this deck a lot of consistency in terms of just like getting a critical mass of stuff happening on the board. Bolas' Citadel, on the other hand, exists to make this deck unfair. It is well and truly possible to cast Bolas' Citadel on like turn 3, thanks to a little card called Phyrexian Tower, which can tap and sacrifice a creature to add 2 black mana. So, if you get 2 mana dorks out and Phyrexian Tower, then, you know, tap the mana dork for mana, sacrifice the mana dork for 2 mana, and then, you know, you just generate a buttload of mana, and then you get Bolas' Citadel out on the field. And this, in case you're unfamiliar, you may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands and spells from the top of your library. If you cast a spell this way, pay life equal to its converted mana cost rather than pay its mana cost. And then tap it and sacrifice 10 non-land permanents. Each opponent loses 10 life. So, there's been games with this deck where I cast Bolas' Citadel on turn 3, and then because it's so early in the game, because it's only turn 3, I probably haven't lost a ton of life, so I'll just get really lucky, cast like 5 spells off the top of my library. Some of them are Woe Striders, so Woe Strider comes with like extra goats. Sometimes it's a Gilded Goose, the Gilded Goose comes with food, and then I'll just end up with 10 non-land permanents that I can sacrifice, or 9 other non-land permanents, because Bolas' Citadel can sacrifice itself, and then just sack everything on the board, and usually that'll kill my opponent one way or another, be it like through Blood Artist triggers, Mayhem Devil triggers, maybe they've lost a shitload of life, and like, it also just basically deals 10 to your opponent. This card is fucked up. Let's see if I get to use it. I've just been playing best of 1 because it's easy and it's not as much of a time investment. I know it's baby mode, I should be a man and actually play in a format that has sideboarding, but I've been having a good time with just best of 1. There we go. Taking a second. Perfect. Can cast Llanowar Elves, Paradise Druid. Will be able to cast Mayhem Devil and Woe Strider and all that good stuff. Pelt Collector, so my opponent is probably on some kind of aggro-ish situation, so this is going to be a rough start. Oh, they're on counters. Awkward. How am I going to deal with that? If I play out Phyrexian Tower, I've got 4 mana, which isn't exactly super helpful, so let's... Stomping Ground tapped, play out Paradise Druid, and then next turn I will have upwards of 6 mana, so maybe I'll just draw into Bolas' Citadel and do broken things. If not, then... Okay. So I can play Woe Strider and Mayhem Devil? Let's see. Ah, okay, got it. Paradise Druid, Llanowar Elves, Stomping Ground, cast Mayhem Devil, and then sacrifice Llanowar Elves to Phyrexian Tower, get 2 mana, get a damage, which I point at Conclave Mentor, because this thing is giving all of his things extra counters. Cast Woe Strider. Activate Woe Strider, sacrifice the goat. 1 more damage to Conclave Mentor. Put that in land. It is a black source. Nah, I don't need another black source, I'm good. Alright. Opponent is exploring. I'm gonna throw Woe Strider under this Pelt Collector, because if I throw it under Merfolk Branchwalker, then Pelt Collector gets another counter, and then I won't be able to put any of my 3-power creatures in front of it, because it'll be 4/4. Ooh, my opponent missed their land drop. Ooh, claim the Firstborn. Oh, you love to see it. Alright, land for turn. We'll grab Merfolk Branchwalker. Play out Blood Artist. Throw his own Branchwalker at him, so he's probably just gonna take the 4 damage. Yeah. And then sacrifice the Branchwalker to Phyrexian Tower. 1 damage. 1 damage to the Branchwalker. Play out Woe Strider. Sacrifice the goat. 1 damage to him, 1 damage to Branchwalker. Blood Artist, 1 damage to him. Collected Company, don't mind if I do. So my opponent is still on 2 lands. Here's the 3rd land, but what are they gonna play? That's actually gonna make a difference here. Stonecoil Serpent is not gonna do it. It does mean that I can't ping Stonecoil Serpent with Mayhem Devil, because Mayhem Devil is multicolored. Stonecoil Serpent has protection from multicolored. So that's annoying, but... Oh! Oh! Beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, he's dead. I was trying to do the math real quick, but yeah, he was super dead. Sacrifice Paradise Druid to Woe Strider. Deal 4 to my opponent. Sacrifice Blood Artist or Mayhem Devil. Deal 4 to my opponent. Just sack everything. Opponent dies. Hey Doomsby, how's it going? Starting off strong. Oh, and I did actually get progress towards kill your opponent's creatures because of Mayhem Devil. You don't have... Oh, I don't have the Spotify doohickey. You're right. Thank you for pointing that out. Alright. Let's see if we can get a turn 3 Bolas' Citadel here. Stream keeps hiccuping. That's unfortunate. I can get an early Collected Company, that's pretty good. This is a good hand. Yeah, sometimes the stream just misbehaves. I don't know. Not really anything I can do about it, unfortunately. What if I could? Live remixing my voice? Boy howdy. My opponent's on Sultai Ramp? Lotus Field? Ugh. That's worrying. Let's play Blood Artist and Goose. So what is my opponent gonna do here? Vizier of Tumbling Sands, huh? Really? What is my opponent doing? Green. Okay. Vizier of Tumbling Sands. I mean, you only have so many of those, so I'm definitely curious as to what your big plan here is. Oh, is he gonna cast Nissa and then untap it again? That'd be funny. Oh, it's just Growth Spiral? Yeah, sure. Storm and then Fizzle. Yeah, it's kind of looking that way. You're on some kind of, like, teamer ramp cycling thing? I have no idea what my opponent is doing. It's kind of cool. I guess they're doing nothing. Alright. To be fair, they didn't actually cast that many cards. Most of those were cycling. Let's see. Sacrifice the food for a black. Thoughtseize. Pact of Negation, Shadow of the Grave. Well, if I cast Collected Company, they could actually activate Pact of Negation. Yeah, alright. No Pact for you. I do want this Collected Company to resolve. Oh, God! Well, that's not what I wanted to see. Sending a message. Got him. Okay. Just attack, I guess. Really not sure what my opponent is up to. New perspectives. Okay. He doesn't have 7 cards in hand, so he's not getting the 0 mana cycling costs. Okay. Get in for 3. I have a feeling that if I let my opponent live for too much longer, they are going to kill me, so I need to try and draw into something a little more proactive. Blood Crypt is not what I was looking for. Well, let's find out if I die, I guess. They have 7 cards in hand, so they are getting free cycling. Oh, I'm probably dead. I don't know how I'm dead, but I'm probably dead. Oh, fuck. Is this gonna be approach? Oh, cool. That's a fun, unexpected side effect. He cast Shark Typhoon where X is 0, so he made a 0/0 shark. So the 0/0 entered the battlefield and died, so I got a Blood Artist trigger. Oh god. Please don't cast approach. The dream is that their win condition is just like a massive Shark Typhoon shark, and then I steal it with Claim the Firstborn, or something. I don't know. Blood Sun. All lands lose all abilities except mana abilities. That's fine. Phyrexian Tower's second ability is still a mana ability. Tectonic Reformation. Each land card in your hand has... Huh. There's Draneth's Stinger. I have no idea what my opponent is doing! Is their dream just Godzilla Doom Inevitable? Are they going to are they gonna Zenith Flare me? How can I kill you without approaching you first? Godzilla's in Magic. Yeah, so with Ikoria, which is one of the... Oh, damn it. A recent set. A ton of cards had kaiju-themed alternate printings. So it says Godzilla Doom Inevitable, but then you look below that, it says, what is it? Yadaro Wandering Monster. So the card is considered Yadaro Wandering Monster, but the Godzilla is just like an alternate version of that same card. So you can't have like 4 Yadaro, 4 Godzilla. It's still the same card, it's just a fancy printing with some fun theming to it. It's a really neat thing. What the fuck is my opponent doing though? They've tapped all their mana, so they're not gonna Zenith Flare me. Are they just, like, trying to play out Yadaro and hit me with an 8/8? That's not enough, my dude. So they have one more Vizier of the Tumbling Sands, although I guess they could draw into another Doom Foretold? Or not Doom Foretold, Shadow of the Grave. They could play another one of those, I guess. I'm not gonna concede, because I can still win. Like, they might just not do anything, but... How annoying. That's a lot of mana. I mean, most of it's untapped, or most of it is tapped, right? Because if I survive until my next turn, I might be able to kill him. Like, assuming that for the rest of his turn he does nothing that affects the board, next turn I attack with both Paradise Druids, deal 4, sacrifice both Paradise Druids, deal 2 from Blood Artist, 2 from Priest of the Forgotten Gods. That leaves him at 1. And then I sacrifice Priest of the Forgotten Gods, and I kill him. I sacrifice Priest to Phyrexian Tower. Like, he has to do so... He's gotta do something that affects the board eventually, right? He's gonna deck himself? Oh, is he just gonna cast... 4-mana Jace? Labman Jace? Might play Oracle? Yeah, true. Okay, there's Thassa's Oracle. Alright. Boy howdy. It's a whole new world of extremely annoying cycling decks. New perspectives. I have an unfortunate history with new perspectives. I almost won a game day event. Like, just straight up came in first at the game day event, and I lost to a new perspectives combo deck. What a wonderful game of Magic that was just played. Yeah, I'm not a fan, to be perfectly honest. I can't... I mean, I can keep his hand, but I shouldn't keep his hand. Yeah, perfect. What do I put back, though? I don't know what my opponent is on, so Claim could be really good against him. I don't have an early sack outlet, so Claim is actually not great. Yeah, Skirk Prospector. Claim would have been good against this deck, but I don't think it would have worked out. Plus, with this hand instead, I can use Goose Mana to play out Mayhem Devil, which is going to make it really awkward for my opponent to do anything that their deck wants to do. So now, if he sacrifices the treasure, I get to ping a thing. If he sacrifices a thing to Skirk Prospector, I get to kill a thing. Mayhem Devil has 3 power, 3 toughness, so it's hard for him to attack into. Alright. Well, he got the Muxus, so I get 3 damage to him. Let's see what he gets off of the Muxus. That's not enough. That is very not what he wanted to see. No haste outlets. Or no haste givers, I suppose. Alright. So that's pretty good for me. So I've got Gilded Goose to just chump block Muxus if I have to. Which I may have to. Alright. Everything has haste, sure. Yeah, just Muxus. I might be able to cast Bolus's Citadel, so I am going to throw the Goose under the bus. Because normally I could just take the 8 and go to 6, but I do want to keep my life. Well, tough choices, tough choices. Because I could just cast Bolus's Citadel. I'm just going to cast Bolus's Citadel. It has the highest upside. And there are a couple of things that my opponent could draw that could just kill me anyways. Like that. Yep. Yep. That's one of the things that my opponent could draw that would kill me. I'm dead! Because Goblin Chieftain gives all of his goblins +1/+1. So even if I throw Mayhem Devil under Muxus, which is going to be fuck huge, the rest of the goblins will deal enough damage to kill me. That's unfortunate. The truly unfortunate thing there was land on top after casting Bolas's Citadel. Like, it was entirely possible that I cast Bolas's Citadel and I can just chain cast a bunch of stuff off the top of my library, because I still had 14 life, so I would have been able to cast more than enough stuff to just win the game. But I didn't. I gotta throw this back, because neither of these will actually tap. But, well, for one, they're legendaries, so I can only have one out on the field, but also they don't tap for black without sacrificing a creature, they tap for colorless. Can't actually do anything. Yeah. What do I throw back? Fiend Artisan can go. Because I do want to Thoughtseize my opponent. But next turn. Explore, Paradise Druid. Thoughtseize. Oh! Oh, I see. I mean, yeah, I do need to get rid of Crater Hoof Behemoth. That is a thing that needs to go. Yeah, Elvish Archdruid. It's annoying, but it's not going to win him the game. Haven't paid attention to formats outside of EDH in so long. Watching other formats is weird. Yeah. Oh wait, yes, perfect. Okay. Sacrifice a food to each of the gooses. And kill the Elvish Archdruid. Yeah. A shame that happens before the Blood Artist hits the field, but still pretty good. Alright, Goose. Paradise Druid, and now, if I so desire, yeah, I'm just gonna swing in with Devil. And he's probably gonna cast Collected Company. Yeah, okay. So this could be okay. Because I have a 1 damage ping available. Fierce Empath, that's annoying. But oh, he saw the line. So what was gonna happen there? I can tell you exactly how the rest of this game was gonna play out. Opponent blocks Mayhem Devil with Paradise Druid and Fierce Empath. I can't. I have 2 Gilded Gooses untapped, and I can tap one of them to sacrifice this food that was made by this goose to generate mana. The mana is not important. The important thing is that I can sacrifice the food to deal 1 damage to any target. So my opponent double blocks Mayhem Devil. I can't send the damage at Paradise Druid because it has hexproof as long as it's untapped, but if he does double block, I can send the 1 damage at Fierce Empath instead, kill Fierce Empath, and then kill Paradise Druid with Mayhem Devil, because it's only a 2-1 that's single blocking because the Fierce Empath is dead. And then, next turn, I can do stuff like generate another food with the goose, kill his other Paradise Druid, then he's left with 3 mana as, like, an Elf Ball deck. Like, 3 mana and no creatures on the field. Like, he wouldn't be able to actually accomplish anything before I was able to just eventually draw into some kind of bullshit that lets me win the game. I did it! I do want to at least finish this quest before I move on to playing against viewers. But yeah, Historic is a really weird format. Gladiator is also a pretty weird format. If you're familiar with Canadian Highlander, Gladiator is kind of like Canadian Highlander, except the power level is lower. Playing against viewers is a weird way to say obliterating. Well, I'm not... I mean, if you don't have a Historic deck, I'm not going to play my Historic deck against you. That would not be fun. Because this deck can kinda just obliterate many decks. Oh, goodbye, Blood Artist. Let's play out Fiend Artisan and Gilded Goose. Swing in for 3. So, on this next turn, I can sacrifice Gilded Goose. Oh no, he's gonna kill my Artisan! No! Oh well, that's fine. Let's play Mayhem Devil and play Collected Company next turn. Because playing out Mayhem Devil this turn and playing out Collected Company next turn... Fuck! Yeah, well. I'm screwed! I'm going to lose this game because I didn't get Blood Artist out on the field. Historic seems neat. You haven't seen a single Uro yet. Yeah, I mean, they're around, but yeah. I'll just pass. Because Collected Company is an instant. If he has a counterspell, he has a counterspell. Oh well. Hey! Get out, Priest. Oh, Priest! Oh god. My opponent really knows how to play against my deck, which is very bad. Get in for 3. But yeah, Uro is more of a monster in Standard. There's too much very powerful stuff happening in Historic for something as slow as Uro to really thrive. It gets exiled? What a pain in the ass. Yeah. So he's gonna get to kill probably my Paradise Druid and my Woe Strider. Oh god, oh, I'm dead. That's too much value! I mean, theoretically I could have won if I No, because he was gonna kill one of my Mana Dorks. If all of my Mana Dorks had remained alive and I had top-decked Bolas' Citadel, maybe I could have won. I haven't actually been keeping up on what's going on in Modern. Temple Scrybottom. That's a very good name. It's slow, but keepable. Just getting out Paradise Druid on time is really good. Dog? I'm up against dogs? Wow. I have no idea what my opponent is actually going to do with their cool dogs, but... let's play out Priest, because now I know I'll be able to do something like Paradise Druid, Claim, etc., etc. Oh! Kunaros! Oh! That's a good boy. That's a very good boy. That costs less than... that costs 3 mana or less. Phyrexian Tower. So, Phyrexian Tower, claim the Firstborn. I could play Paradise Druid and sacrifice Paradise Druid and Kunaros to Priest of the Forgotten Gods? Well, let's attack with Kunaros either way. Get the 3 damage, gain 3 life. No. Let's sack Kunaros to Phyrexian Tower and play out Woe Strider. Radiant Destiny. Naming dogs? Mardu dogs? What? Can't believe I'm playing up against dogs in Historic. Wild. I will pay the 2 life. Yeah, let's just Woe Strider and Goat to Priest. He sacrifices a dog. I play out Bolas's Citadel. I've got a land on top, but that's okay, because my opponent is playing dogs. Huh. Blood Artist. Oh, boy. You love to see it. You love to see the Collected Company on top with Bolas's Citadel out. Don't mind if I do. Mayhem Devil, Blood Artist, Blood Crypt, tapped, Mayhem Devil. Fiend Artisan, yeah, that's a reasonable response. Would I have been able to sacrifice everything to Bolas's Citadel? Oh, I would have been able to cast Goose, cast Paradise Druid, sack both of them to Priest of the Forgotten Gods to get past the Dragon Skull Summit, deal a truckload of damage. Yeah, no, that was... Oh wait, no. Were they just dead? Yeah, even if I left the Dragon Skull Summon on top, cast Goose, cast Paradise Druid, sack those 2 to Priest of the Forgotten Gods, deal 4 from sacrificing the Goose, deal 4 from sacrificing the Druid, so that's 8, deal 2 from Priest of the Forgotten Gods, that's that brings them to 1 life, and then they have to sacrifice a dog as their, in order to end their life. Yikes. How are we doing on the quest? 7 more black spells. Ooh, and I got a pack. What do we got? Another Elder Gargaroth. That's a pretty good card. I think I'm only playing like 2 in my standard mono green bullshit deck. Oh yeah, since I'm gonna be opening up challengers soon, you can type MTG Arena, !MTG Arena in chat. Did I type it wrong? There it is. To get my friend code on Arena, and then you can type !Gladiator if you want to learn about the Gladiator format. It's got a handy-dandy link that sends you to a place that has all the info you could possibly need. Also, this hand is garbage. I will keep this hand. One of the Claim the Firstborns can go back. Ooh. Yeah. I would like to turn 1 Thoughtseize. Ah, I see. Yeah, let's get rid of Bolas the Citadel. He'll actually be able to cast it. Dragonskull Summit, Priest of the Forgotten Gods. Uh-huh. Okay. 100 card singleton format, you know it, baby! Okay, well there's Gilded Goose. Stomping Ground... Gilded Goose... Oh wait, no, I should've... Huh. Claim the Firstborn on their elf. Sacrifice... Oh wait, no. Before I do that, get the green mana. Just in case I get Coco off the top. Uh-huh. That's not Coco, unfortunately. Bring out Blood Artist. I've got 5 mana. Okay. That's a really unfortunate draw. Alright, well. He's probably gonna cast Coco here. Oh, nope. Oh, is he flooding out? Oh, I think he's flooding out. Ah! Oh, that's not great. Oh, that's really not great. The likelihood of me just being extremely dead here is pretty high. Because he's got 18 life and a Bolas' Citadel. Yeah, There's Coco. Please don't be like Blood Artist Mayhem Devil. That would be so bad for me. Be something super slow. Be like 2 mana dorks. Yeah. The fact that he's taking so long to decide is either a very good sign because he's tilting out, or a very bad sign because he's got so many good options that it's that he's struggling to pick them. Judith! Big booty Judy! Oh, I'm dead. Ouch. Ugh! So dead. Oh, God. Uh-huh. Well, at least he's sending both pings at Priest. That's not it. If I drew an untapped land, then I would have been able to play Bolas's Citadel, and then maybe I could have come back from that, but no, I'm dead. Ah, that's really unfortunate. My draws were just so not great. Alright. Hopefully I'll at least be able to finish off the quest here. And then short break, and then playing with y'all. This is a great hand. Alright, up against elves again. Play out Priest. Sack the food to bring out another goose, because then I can sacrifice both geese to Priest of the Forgotten Gods. Ooh, and I'll be able to play out Mayhem Devil before I do that. Spicy.
Counts off. Yeah, same thing.
Uh-huh. Another Elvish Archdruid. Okay. No attacks. Interesting. Ooh, claim the Firstborn. You'll love to see it. Alright. Mayhem Devil. Claim the Firstborn, targeting Elvish Archdruid. Coco, yeah, that makes sense. What are they gonna find? Dwynen's Elite, Elvish Clan Caller. This is a very dangerous board they have. Well, sack these two. 2 more pings to Elvish Archdruid. Opponent has to sack a creature. Get to send another ping at Elvish Clan Caller. And then Blartist. And now I just hope that my opponent doesn't cast Craterhoof Behemoth somehow. Hi, Ashok. That's not Craterhoof Behemoth, that's fine. These draws have been a little concerning, though. Gonna Gonna attack with Dwynen's Elite. They are. I'm not gonna block. Ooh, yeah. These draws. Yikes. Create a food. Sacrifice the food. Kill Elvish Clan Caller. Ping my opponent for 1. It's tough, but I gotta do this. Alright. 2 Blood Artist triggers. Mayhem Devil. Kill both elves. Force my opponent to sack. Ugh, goodness gracious. That's so many lands! But my opponent is empty-handed, and all they have 4 mana? No, they have 6 mana. Sweet! Got there anyways, despite super flooding out. Alright, did I complete the quest? I didn't! God damn it. Alright, one more game. I gotta complete the quest, man! But yeah, Singleton 100 card formats. I just like them a lot because I like. It's nice to be able to include more pet cards. To just be able, like, oh, like, I know this card isn't great, it's not good enough to play a 4 of, but I like it and I want to play it. And in 100 card formats, you have a lot more space to do that kind of thing. Show me your secrets. Huh. Boros Control? Well, I don't want him to have a Wrath. Oh, Cycling Cast Out. Sweet. Dawn of Hope, that's fine. Bring out Paradise Druid. So next turn I can Coco on their end step. Power Stone Shard. Fountain of Renewal. Interesting. So I get to draw extra cards off of Dawn of Hope plus Fountain of Renewal. What does this thing do again? Abilities that you activate that aren't mana abilities cost 2 less to activate. Interesting. Alright, well, Coco. Coco sending 2 other Cocos to the bottom. Yikes. Alright, well, Blood Artist, Priest of the Forgotten Gods. Send a message. Sometimes even 100 isn't enough to include all your pet cards. Yeah, certainly not. Another Fountain of Renewal. Okay. Okay. I've got time. Goose. Whoa, Strider. Sacrifice the goose and the goat. 4 Blood Artist triggers. Hopefully draw into... Woe Strider's fine. Alright, I think... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So I don't have enough stuff on the board to kill them if they try to wrath me. So that could be bad. Uh-huh. Okay. Drawing a card? Oh, they're gonna wrath. Oh well. I guess I could have put the goat in front of it. Oh wait, no, they're not gonna wrath. Okay, so that putting the goat in front of it and sacking the goat so he couldn't gain life would have been the correct play, assuming that my opponent was going to wrath, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna, at least not yet. He might settle the wreckage if I try and swing in, which would be annoying. Do I want to try and... Sure. Sack the goats. 4 Blood Artist triggers. Opponent loses 2 life. Play out Llanowar Elves. Oh, claim the Firstborn, target Priest of the Forgotten Gods. Activate again, sack Llanowar Elves, Paradise Druid. 4 more triggers. Brings them to 6. Sack Priest of the Forgotten Gods. 2 triggers. Oh well. Huh. Sack Woestrite? I'm confused as to what my opponent is up to at the moment, but I think I have them. I think they're dead. I'll leave Priest on top just in case, I guess. Sack Woestrider? I'm just so worried. I'm just so scared that my opponent's gonna do something. No. Okay. I was playing like the scaredest baby ever. Because I also just had like a bunch of power worth of creatures on the board. I also could have just swung in and hit him, but I was so scared that he had, Settle the Wreckage. I got a Robber of the Rich. That's actually a good card. Cool. And a dog. Alright, well, I completed the quest that I wanted to complete, at least. And I got a Mastery Orb. If I get 2 more levels in the next 9 days, I will actually complete the entire Mastery Orb thing. Maybe I'll get the discontinuity. We'll see. Okay. Quick break. I'm just gonna take a quick washroom break, and then I will be playing against you guys. So if you guys have Magic Arena and have some cool decks, then we can fight. And just in case people just showed up or missed them, MTG Arena for my friend code, and Gladiator for info about Gladiator, in case you want to build that kind of deck. because I really like that format. I think it's really cool, and would like to play that with people, but I understand it can be kind of hard to build that kind of deck because it's historic legal, and some people haven't been getting into the historic stuff, and some people just don't have enough wild cards. I get it, it's cool. Anyways, BRB. I return! What up, folks? Who wants to fight? Viewer challenges are now open. And if no one wants to fight, then I'm more than happy to just play more Jund, I guess. But I made some I made some decks for, I made some standard decks for if people do want to fight in standard, and then I've got a couple of historic decks. This deck should probably be way different. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, life. Oh, Dwayne. Get out of here, Dwayne. Get some Speaker of the Heavens going. You haven't played since the last time you did a match. I mean, if you want to play anyway, that's fine. But if you don't want to play, that's also fine. Oh right. Impassioned Orator should be Daxos. Phyrexian Arena. Yeah, that should probably go. Oh right, there's these guys. The slightly worse to Johnny's Pridemate. Oh yeah, and also Heliod, I guess. Heliod should probably be in here. Although... I could build this more as like a black-white shell kind of thing. And toss in Veto combo for funsies. That's basically a different deck. We'll worry about that later. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone is really stepping up to the plate at the moment, so... I mean, take your time if you want to spend some time trying to figure out something to get going. I'm just gonna play some rando with one of the dumb decks that I put together earlier. This is probably going to go poorly. Yep. That's a hand. Mono green ramp, perhaps? Nice. This guy knows to send a message. I respect that. Let's play out Goblin Cratermaker, I guess. I could have Bone Crusher Giant Stomp to the face, but Yeah, I'll take the 4. And he found another Garrick's Harbinger! This might actually be bad for me. I may actually be in trouble. I mean, I could stomp the goose. I think I just want to kill this Harbinger. What I really want is to draw another land and play out Torbran, but also I lose, basically. Alright, trying to download 4.6 gigs of stuff. That's a lot of stuff! Ouch. I didn't draw another land. I'm dead. But I mean, maybe Jumpstart and Amonkhet remastered since the last time we played? I don't recall. I don't remember if... Oh wait, no. I've definitely streamed Magic since Jumpstart. Yeah, it might just be, whatchamacallit? Amonkhet remastered. Weird, I wouldn't think that would be 4.6 gigs of stuff.
What's going on? What's going on? What? I don't understand what's going on here.
Get shocked, bucko. My opponent is playing a much better mono red deck than I am. I'm doomed.
Give me a break.
Well, you gotta attack with the goblin. You don't have a choice on that one. Woo!
Don't understand what's going on here.
Cool. And then play Light Up the Stage for 1 mana. Shock Legion Warboss. Pass the turn.
Give me a break.
Sacrifice Ember Harler, deal 2 damage to his thing, so that way he doesn't get a thing off of the thing. This guy is really good. Whenever he or another non-token creature you control dies, you create a 1/1 that can't block. And then if the thing that died was huge, then you make 2 instead. So if I had killed Fervent Champion after this entered the battlefield, he would have gotten a 1/1. And that's simply unacceptable.
What's going on? What's going on? I don't understand.
He has 4 mana, 1 attacking. Yeah? Ah, okay. That's what it is. I was gonna say, he can't... He's not getting Embercleave out. He doesn't have enough mana for that, but that makes sense. Block.
What's going on here?
Sacrifice. Deal 2 damage to one of his tokens. Because he might just Embercleave me here. Oh, nope. I'm not getting cleaved yet. Oh! And then we get the Chandra. Deal 3 damage to Anax. And it gets exiled, so he doesn't get a token from it. Oh no! My Chandra! Well, that's a shame. I do want to play Fiery Emancipation. I'm probably gonna lose because I played that, but I really want to play Fiery Emancipation. It triples my damage. Triple is so much. Oh, see, look at this. This Ember Hauler, it's gonna do 6 damage to any target. And now, it's gonna deal a lot of damage to any target, I think. Assuming that my opponent doesn't just have Ember Cleave, in which case I'm dead. Okay, so I take 4. Oh! Beautiful. It doesn't actually win, though, because Grim Initiates make it, well. Creature or Planeswalker, eh? Yeah, I do die. I die. That's what happens in this situation, is that I die. Whoopsies! You got this. Oh yeah, no, yep. I'm gonna win any second here. Did you know that conceding doesn't use the stack? Hot tips. She could wipe his board. He would have been left with 2 1/1 zombies. Or no, he would have been left with a... he would have been left with a 2/2 zombie army. And I'm pretty sure my Torbrand would have died because of my damage increasers. I should have double-checked, I guess. Pretty sure I was dead. I'm pretty sure if I wiped the board, then Torbrand would have died as well. Oh, hey, what you got, buddy? Aww, bitch. Well, that's not good. Burger Rat, go! And then he casts Crackling Drake. And I don't really have a way of dealing with that in this deck, because this is not a good deck. Emancipation would have made it kill Torbrand, right. Oh no, he made an XX! Well, I don't want to play Rankle, because I know he has a removal spell that will kill Rankle in his hand. I guess I'll just pass the turn. I can activate Castle Lochthwain if need be. Yeah, that happens. Oh, maybe he'll attack with Crackling Drake. That'd be great. Hey! Draw a card with Castle Lochthwain, take 3, which I'm not a huge fan of, draw Swamp, which I'm not a huge fan of. Alright. Prankle! It's time to prankle! Oh, I guess I could've swung out, because he wasn't gonna block with... Sack, discard. He wasn't gonna block with the Weird because he knew he was gonna have to sacrifice the Weird to Rankle's effect anyways. Yikes. That's bad for me. Play out Luris. Play out Steward, I guess. Stop drawing cards that do things, damn it! Oh god, and I keep drawing cards that don't do things. Alright, let's bring out the rat. Swing out. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to drill bit my opponent twice. Because then my hand is empty, so it won't cost as much life to try and draw cards off of Castle Lochthwain. Niv Mizzet. God, I'm so dead. Yeah, but look at all these creatures that I'm casting. What you think about that? Woo! I'm dead. Ah, well. Alright. Anyone raring to go? Anyone want to do a fight? I got Gladiator, I got Historic, I got Standard, I have Good Standard, Bad Standard. Mostly Bad Standard, but... see if Arena will open. Yeah. If you haven't played since Amonkhet Remastered come out, you're probably gonna have to download a big old patch. just got the dumb thing open. Nice. $300 MB patch? Alright. You want some time to put something together, Doomsby, or what? See this dog right here? I paid $20 for this dog. And also, like, a bunch of packs and card rewards and dollars. I got a lot of stuff for the $20. But the important thing is that I got this dog. Buy time for Offshock with Standard. I went ham on Arena. I've probably spent like $100 on Arena at this point, but I've also been playing Arena super consistently for ever since like the closed beta was a thing. So I don't feel bad about it. Buy time with Offshock with Standard. Sounds good. Select deck. Let's play this one. It's very colorful. Hype train. Always in and out with Arena. Yeah. That makes sense. I just like playing Magic a whole lot. Now it's downloading 1.5 GB of assets. Oof. Yeah, perfect. I have no lands that come in untapped, and a bunch of low-cost things. Oh, there's one. Cool. Alright, Paradise Druid. Paradise Nuts! Lamau! Let's bring out Nessian Wanderer and Gilded Goose. And Fabled Passage. I'll just go ahead and get an island with this. Bam! Pro Blue! Oh, it's this guy. Another Fabled Passage. You'll love to see it. Let's tell him I'll get a red. And I'll play this cool Pegasus. And I'll pass the turn. So, this guy makes a 2/2 whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under my control. This guy lets me look at the top 3 cards in my library, and I can get a land from among them whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under my control. This deck is all about enchantments. I will block with my Goose. So that way you don't get a Saproling. Haha. Alright. Sanctum of Calm Waters. Aww. I would have like to have that in my hand. Gateway Plaza, I'll pay a red. No tax. So this thing, at the beginning of my pre-combat main phase, I may draw X cards, where X is the number of shrines I control. If I do, discard a card. Oh no! My Pegasus! How dare you death sprout my Pegasus. Idyllic Tutor. Draw a card. Yeah. Temple of Plenty can go away. Idyllic Tutor. Sanctum of All. Pay 2 life. Cast Sanctum of All. And I'll get this Indothotrione off the top of my library. So now, at the beginning of my upkeep, I may search my library and/or graveyard for a shrine, put it onto the battlefield. If I search my library this way, shuffle it. If an ability or if another shrine you control triggers while you control 6 or more shrines, that ability triggers an additional time. Pride Malkin. I love the art for Pride Malkin so much. This cat knows it's up to something that it shouldn't be up to, but it's still doing it anyway. You know, like a cat. Alrighty. I would like to get a shrine from my library. Give me Sanctum of Stone Fangs. Gateway Plaza.
I like it, I like it. I don't like it. Not at all. I don't like it.
I would like to draw 3 cards.
I don't like it.
Sanctum of Stone Fangs can go.
Take it easy.
Chromatic Lantern. Paradise Druid. And I'll cycle this Ketria Triome. Ooh. Nice.
Just feels good.
And I'll play this Indotha Triome.
Just feels good.
No attacks.
Just feels good. Just feels good.
Another Pride Malkin. Not a fan of these spiders getting bigger. Oh, swinging it with both, eh? Alright. No blocks. Search my library. I would like to get Sanctum of Fruitful Harvest, I guess. I'll get this forest. Oh, and I just drew into the Sanctum of Tranquil Light. Golly. I would like to draw 4 cards. Forest can go away. Choose a color. Green. Use that green mana to cast Citizen Champion. And then I'll get some free money! Then I'll cast this Sanctum of Tranquil Light. I'll get this land in my hand. I'll put a counter on that thing and draw a card. I'll cast a goose. I'll I'll cast these other chromatic lanterns. Fabled Passage. Sack Fabled Passage, and I'll go get my mountain. Oh, I already discarded the mountain. I'll get the swamp. Cycle the Zagoth Triome. Ooh. Cast this Wood Shaper. And I'll get to find the only Sanctum I haven't cast yet. And I'll actually get to cast it next turn. I'll block. Yeah, that's fine. I have 24 cards left in library. That's actually a little worrying. Oh, shit! Counter and lifelink. Oh, man. Alright, I'll get the Red Sanctum. Get a land to hand. Draw a card, draw a Destiny Spinner. And then a lot of things are gonna happen. I'll draw 6 cards, and then I'll discard... Oh, this Plains, I guess. And then I'll draw 6 cards. I'll discard, I don't know, Paradise Druid. And then I will get 14 red mana. And then... yeah, I'll discard this land. 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 I have 8 cards left in library. Okay. Discard this land. Discard this Sanctum. Now you're killing your stuff. Now you can use stuff that affects the graveyard. Hell yeah. Destiny Spinner. Constellation, get a land. Draw a card. Destiny Spinner. No hits, draw a card. Do I have any other enchantments I can actually cast that mean anything? No, not really. Cast another Chromatic Lantern, and then... this swamp. This swamp will kill you. Boy, howdy! I was just playing solitaire on that one. Yeah, this deck has a very, very high chance of doing a whole lot of jack shit. But if I actually get Sanctum of Vol out onto the battlefield and I'm not at immediate risk of dying, Rhizome Lurcher and Fungal Rebirths weren't doing much. Yeah. This deck is just like super slow, super dirtily, super just do nothing, and then I get out all 6 Sanctums, and then it just... that turn happens. Where it's just like, yep, I'll just... I'll draw 12 cards, or I'll draw 12 cards, get a shitload of mana, kill everything on your board, drain you for a bunch, and then kill you with a land. Which can tap for any color of mana. Just for fun. Alright. What up, Ashok? Are you good to go? Figured you were pooched when I played that, and then you kept drawing spiders. Yeah, that happens. Accept challenge. I assume that we're playing standard instead of any of the more powerful formats. I'm gonna play my Bad Pants deck, which may be a real deck to a certain extent, but I don't know, it doesn't seem great. Don't have any non-standard built decks, yeah. I mean, if you want to build some decks, I'm more than happy to kill some time until you have something else going. I just think Gladiator is neat. Because 100 card singleton formats are good times. The deck you wanted to use is apparently non-standard. Huh. What deck is that? Oh, is that the, whatchamacallit? Surveil deck. Oh wait, no, Surveil is still in standard, isn't it? Yeah, Surveil was Ravnica block. Or new Ravnica block. So this card says, whenever an enchanted creature dies, draw a card for each aura you controlled that was attached to it. So I can use that for creatures that I kill with enchantment-based removal, like this card. Enchant creature, enchanted creature gets -3/-3. So I can just pop, put that on Tomic. Tomic gets -3/-3, only has 3 toughness, it dies, I draw a card off of it. Sentinel's Eyes. Oh, also it's draw a card for each aura that you controlled that was attached to it. So now, if this Hateful Eidolon dies, I draw 2 cards because it has 2 enchantments on it. And then I can play Lurrus, and I can replay my removal spells, basically, because my removal spells are permanents that have low CMC. Oh! Forcing me to discard? How dare you? Alright, so now I can do something like Mire's Grasp, Deadweight, so that's a total of -5 toughness. It only has 5 toughness, so I draw 2 cards, one for each of the enchantments that it had on it. The next turn, I'll be able to recast the Mire's Grasp or one of the Deadweights. Well, that's a Tep Behemoth. Zombie Hippo. Alsaid. Mire's Grasp. Swing in with Hateful Eidolon. Another fun interaction that I can do here is, I'll show it off next turn. If I actually draw a card, or draw a card, if I draw a land. Alright, so now I can cast All That Glitters, so now Hateful Eidolon is getting +1/+1 for each artifact and enchantment you control. So this creature's an enchantment, this creature's an enchantment, that's an enchantment, and then there are 2 other enchantments, so it is now massive. And what I can do here is I can give Hateful Eidolon protection from black, so now neither of my opponent's black creatures can block it, and I can recast Alsaid thanks to Lurrus. So now every turn I can give a creature protection from whatever color I need to, and then sacrifice it. I can then sacrifice Alsaid again, and then just make it the worst thing to block every single turn. I will discard Karametra's Blessing. And then Deadweight. Yeah, good game. So Deadweight, it dies. He no longer has a non-black creature to block Hateful Eidolon. Give Hateful Eidolon protection from black. Cannot be blocked. Womp. I think this deck may actually be good pants, but you really want at least 3, maybe 4 Lurrus, because Lurrus is kind of how this deck really operates. Just being able to recast your movement enchantments or your good enchantments. And I only have 2 Lurrus, because I haven't been playing any of the decks where Lurrus is super busted. You should check which decks you want to use working. Yeah. Hey, take your time. I mean, I don't need to be getting challenged by... Whoops. I don't need to be getting challenged constantly. Just let me know if you want to fight, and we'll fight. Also, let me know what format you want to fight. I've got a lot of Gladiator decks. Some of them are even okay. I think the... Where is it? I think this is the only one that I just like straight up nabbed from an outside source. This is the deck that I net decked. Some kind of hooligan. but this deck is really good and really cool. It's just like a super overwhelming token deck. And it has some really interesting interactions, like with Luca, Copper Coat Outcast. So, exile the top 3 cards of your library, creature cards exiled this way, gain. You may cast this card from exile as long as you control a Luca Planeswalker. That's great. Like, that's card draw, basically. But, what's really good in this deck, come on, there we go, is the -2. And the -7. So, -2, exile target creature you control, then reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card with higher converted mana cost. So, you can do that on a token and just get any creature out of your deck, or the top creature out of your library, which is pretty good. Or, you can use it on, like, one of the creatures that you have that comes with a token, like... That's a good example. You could use it on Hanged Executioner. So, Hanged Executioner comes with a spirit. You use Luca's ability on Hanged Executioner, and then you get the top creature in your library onto the battlefield for free that has greater than CMC 3. So you can get way more powerful creatures that way. You can get Shalai, you can get Winota, you can get all sorts of cool stuff. Rough together a historical deck. Alright. I have a couple of historic decks that are not super busted. I do feel like the Jund deck may be out of people's league a little bit. But it is an actual meta deck, so... Also gonna restart the captioner real quick. Wait, what's this button? Channels. Huh, has web captioner updated? I should check to see what's going on with the update. Oh! Doomsby was the one with the historic deck. My bad. You both have similarly lengthed names with the same color name in chat. Okay. Historic. What's a good historic deck? The vampire deck is neat. It's still a little strong. Yeah. Let's go with the historic deck. Or the historic vampire deck. Yeah. Perfect. Knight of the Ebon Legion. You can pay mana to make him very big. And then if an opponent lost 4 more life this turn, he gets a counter. This guy makes me lose a life and draw a card. And that's it. And that's all he needs to be. This next turn is when I get to start doing some dumb bullshit. Or this turn is when I start to get doing dumb bullshit. So I will put a vampire card from my hand onto the battlefield, and that will be Champion of Dusk, and I will draw 3 cards and lose 3 life. So I get to keep this Planeswalker on the field, and also I just got a 4/4 for free. Sorin is so good. Sorin is such a good Planeswalker. And he's not, like, super busted like a lot of the other 3-mana Planeswalkers ended up being. He's just good. Silver Smoke Ghoul. So Silver Smoke Ghoul is really fun. So, Sorin lets me sacrifice a vampire to deal 3 damage and gain 3 life to any target. Silver Smoke Ghoul, yeah. Silver Smoke Ghoul, at the beginning of your end step, if you gained 3 or more life this turn, return Silver Smoke Ghoul. So, I can just sacrifice Silver Smoke Ghoul to Sorin every turn. Spore Crown Thallid? Fungus and Saprolings? Oh my. Dusk Legion Zealot. Let's see what we have on top of our deck. It's a land. So I'm just gonna play this Gifted Aetherborn, which is one of my favorite creatures ever. Went with mushrooms. Yeah, that makes sense. Unfortunately, Sorin does let me... you know what? You can keep your Spore Crown Thallid. I want to see what you can do with it. Life goes on. Oh boy. That's a hell of a card to put into your deck. Oh, are you playing, like, Slimefoot? Ah! There's some really goofy bullshit that you can do with Slimefoot. Why is there a cute pupper with flowers on the side? I paid $20 to have this cool dog hang out with me. Need land? Oh no! Getting land screwed. Worth it? Yeah, it is. Look at how good this boy is. Alright, so if I actually draw into it, we're gonna see some dumb bullshit with this card right here. Exquisite Blood? Exquisite Blood does some dumb bullshit. Fungal Plots. Oh, nice. Yeah, the green-black Saproling deck, I always wanted to put it together in paper back when Dominaria came out, because it was such a cool deck, but it was just barely not good enough. But yeah, the dog is part of the Mastery Pass. So if you get the Mastery Pass and, like, if you play a lot, then just, like, getting weekly wins and getting, hang on, I need to think about my turn. Still? He's still not here? Where is he? I'm gonna draw some more cards. I wanna find my dude. There's my dude! Wait, is this gonna kill you? No, this isn't gonna kill you. Okay, good. You're not allowed to die yet. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. bup, 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 bup. There we go. That's a lot of cards. It sure is. So whenever these guys enter the battlefield, I draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of vampires, and all of my creatures are vampires. Alright, sweet. So now, I cast Veto, Thorn of the Dark Rose. So, Veto, Thorn of the Dark Rose says, whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. Exquisite Blood says, whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. So, I'm going to give my creatures lifelink. And I'm going to attack you with 2 Dusk Legion Zealots. That's real fucking Veto. Alright, so I have gained 2 life. Hooray! It's an infinite combo! Yep. So, Veto and Exquisite Blood is so different. I thought you said you do the one that isn't immediately broken. This is way less broken than the Jund deck. The Jund deck is way better. It's just that this one can oops into an infinite combo if the opponent doesn't have removal. Because that's the thing, Veto is pretty easy to kill. He dies to a lot of the removal spells that are going around in Historic. But yeah, so if your opponent loses life for any reason, or you gain life for any reason, while Veto and Exquisite Blood are on the field, you win the game. Or, the game... I think there are a couple of instances in which case the game can like, end in a draw. I can't call any off the top of my head, but yeah. So that kind of situation is why you always want to have some solid removal in your deck. Okay, so for example, Doomsby. You're playing green-black, which means you have access to a lot of really good removal. But, if I may make a suggestion, where's that deck? There it is. A really good option for removal in a format like Historic is Eliminate. So Eliminate destroys target creature or planeswalker with converted mana cost 3 or less. It costs 2 mana, and it's an instant. So Eliminate kills Veto, so that way, if your opponent is playing a combo deck like Veto, then you can get rid of Veto so that they can't do the infinite combo. There are a couple of other combo decks that involve low-costed creatures, but generally there are just a lot of low-costed creatures that do a lot of powerful things, like Lurrus. Eliminate is really good for killing Lurrus, so that way your opponent can't just generate a shitload of value off of that guy. Against goblins, Eliminate is pretty good because you can eliminate you can eliminate Skirk Prospector, which they use to get a bunch of mana. You can use it to kill any of the goblins that give other goblins haste. Sorry for not being prescient. I'm not saying you should have been playing this card. I'm saying that if you want to make that deck better, this is a good card this is a good card to have to deal with that kind of thing. It was not, you should have been playing this card, it's, this is a good card to play. That's why you hate Magic. I mean... It's not... That situation is not terribly different than if I were to just, like, attack you with big creatures that I was getting out quickly or easily. It's... If you didn't have removal, or you... Like, if you didn't have ways of dealing with that situation, or... Send infinite squirrels. Yeah. I think Frilsby and Galsby just had... They were just playing vintage. Didn't know there are things you need to remove. Like, in general, or specifically in that case? Let's play this one. It's not just a loss, it's destroyed. I understand that. I understand the frustration there. Forever salty about blue-black decks. Yeah. Hey man, I understand. Terramander. Alright. Later, Doomsby. Thanks for playing anyways, right? Like, I appreciate you being around. Yeah, salty about blue-black decks. Like, it really depends on what kind of deck it is, right? Because there are some blue-black decks, like the Surveil deck, the blue-black Surveil deck. That deck isn't as frustrating to play against, because it's like a kinda janky synergy deck that is a little more proactive. Like, again, that kind of deck, you can see what your opponent is doing. Yeah, okay, here we are. Alright, he is playing the Surveil deck. I will discard this Bone Crusher Giant. So, with something like the Surveil deck, it's a lot easier to see what your opponent is doing, and if you can see what your opponent is doing, and like, you get a lot more appreciation for how they're going about their game plan. The biggest problem for new players is when you're playing against a control deck, it can be really frustrating to play against that control deck because so much of it is... So much of it is just your opponent going, no, you don't get to do the thing you want. And it's happening on a grand scale. Like, it is not just like, oh, I'm gonna kill your important creature. It's, I'm going to kill all of your creatures, and then I'm going to make it so that you can't cast spells anymore, because I'm going to have counter spells. And that sucks. Yeah, like, for sure. The deck that made you ultra salty was a deck that was playing, drawing lots of cards, had a lot of cheap kill and remove, and return to hand cards, and you could do nothing. Yeah, so that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Like, playing up against a control deck feels bad because discard, no. So much of playing against that deck is just your opponent saying no. And that's really frustrating because it's like, we're both here to play Magic, but your deck is existing purely to keep me from playing Magic. That sucks. But I would say that learning the importance of that kind of deck is a great point of learning for new players. Oh yeah, Terror of the Peaks. Yeah, it's a great point of learning for new players, because it is... Control decks aren't unbeatable. It's just the way that they win is so miserable. Once you learn ways of beating control decks, once you start appreciating what control decks represent as part of like the metagame as a whole. Because it's like, oh, well, I would rather just not worry about the metagame. Well, I mean, that's not a thing. There's always going to be a metagame, even if you're just playing casually amongst friends. Eventually, certain kinds of decks are going to end up performing better. Certain kinds of decks are just going to are going to start coming out ahead, and then the answer can't always just be like, hey, you're not allowed to play that deck anymore. Because what if that person really likes playing that deck? Then, that's its own problem. Is there a way to counter decks like that? Yes. However, just due to the nature of the game, sometimes you will be playing a deck that is just bad against control. Sometimes that just happens, and it sucks, and I know how much it sucks, because a lot of the decks that I tend to like, a lot of the decks that I tend to play the most, are those kinds of decks that are just garbage against control decks. But, let's speak positively. Lately, there have been a lot more cards getting printed that are good against control. What cards are good against control? Well, cards that offer recursive value. Cards that, even if your opponent gets rid of it, like, either they've already generated some kind of value, they've already dealt a bunch of damage. Cards like... You like the Surveil deck for the first time you play it, every time you forget you actually need to use the counters and play like normal, using up all your mana. Yeah, it's... Control decks are tough. Okay. Let's say... Okay, sure. Acclaimed Contender. He had like 4 counters. Yeah, you should have been using those counters. Goodness. Acclaimed Contender. So, I play out Acclaimed Contender, and my opponent has a removal spell. However, if, when Acclaimed Contender enters the battlefield, I have another knight, even if they kill Acclaimed Contender, I still get this effect of, when it enters the battlefield, if you control another knight, look at the top 5 cards of your library, you can get a knight, aura, equipment, or legendary artifact, put them into your hand. So, like, sure, I played a 3-mana creature, and they spent, 1 or 2 mana to kill it, but I generated value because I got another card off of its effect. So, the biggest problem that control decks have is getting into these situations where they they have answers, but their answers are not fast enough or thorough enough to deal with what you're trying to do. So there are ways of dealing with that kind of thing, just like playing a lot of cards that generate value when they enter the battlefield, cards that are hard to remove, like creatures that have hexproof, or playing things like planeswalkers. You know, there's a lot of removal spells that will kill a creature, but that won't kill a planeswalker. So you can play things like Gideon Blackblade. So he's harder to remove, but he also like generates value on his own. He is a creature that is hard to kill, that can just like attack your opponent and kill your opponent. So there are things like that, and then alternate ways of dealing with control is stuff like playing an aggro deck. Just killing your opponent, aiming to deal just so much damage, outputting, you know, just killing your opponent before they can establish control over the game. Because it always seems like when you're playing against a control deck, your opponent always has the counterspell, your opponent always has a removal spell, but that's not always the case. Eventually, you know, if you are consistently presenting threats that they have to deal with, then they are not going to, like, eventually they're going to have to spend a turn casting a card draw spell, and the turn that they spent casting a card draw spell is a turn that you are spent uninterrupted just doing your thing to try and kill them. So there's that. And then another example of how to deal with control decks is recursion. Not, you know, maybe the creature doesn't do anything when it enters the battlefield, but it does something when it dies. It does something when it leaves the battlefield. You can bring it back from the graveyard, like this guy. Gutterbones. Enters the battlefield tapped. It is a 2 power 1 toughness creature for 1 mana. So you play this guy on turn 1 before your opponent has the ability to counterspell them. And even if they use a removal spell on this guy, later on in the game, you can pay 2 mana to return him to your hand if you've dealt damage this turn. So if you have some way of dealing damage to your opponent, then you can get Gutterbones back, and then you can play him again. So that way, you're getting, like, you're able to keep presenting threats that your opponent has to deal with. And then, if you're willing to, lean a little bit into the dark side, let's see. I don't think it's as much of a thing in Standard. Well, no, actually, no. I'm pretty sure there's still, this deck is still a thing in Standard. A good way of dealing with your opponent, playing a control deck, is to do things like play at instant speed. So there are some decks that all of their creatures have flash, which means you can play them at any time. So if you are able to do things on your opponent's turn instead of your own, then you set your opponent up to have this potential where it's like, you know, on their turn, they were just holding up a counterspell, but you didn't do anything on your turn. You're waiting until their turn. So then if they don't have, like, a card draw spell, like an instant speed card draw spell, or something else to do on your turn, then they wasted their turn, and then on their turn, like, they wasted their turn cycle, because they do nothing on their turn, and then they spend your turn waiting for you to do something that they can respond to, and then you just wait until your turn is over, and then you do things. You want a deck like that? Yeah, that deck is totally a thing. Let's see. Ambusher. The blue-green flash deck was a bit of a menace for a while, but the gist is you play mostly things with flash, and then you also play a couple of things like you play a couple of counter spells just to deal with like really big things, but rather than being a control deck where, you know, your game plan is based around what your opponent is doing, you're setting yourself up for, you have options at basically any time. So with this deck, let's see, what's a good example? Opt and sure, okay. So here's an example. So in your hand you have Opt, you have Hypnotic Sprite, which also has an alternate mode, this adventure, where it can counter target spell with converted mana cost 3 or less. You have Brineborn Cutthroat, and you have Nightpack Ambusher in your hand. So, all of these cards have something that can be done at instant speed. So Opt, instant speed, scry 1, draw a card. This one, instant speed, counterspell. This one, flash, so you can cast this creature at instant speed. And this creature also has flash, so you can cast it at instant speed. So, this is your hand, and you pass the turn. You have a bunch of mana up. You pass the turn. Your opponent, let's say your opponent is playing control. Your opponent passes their turn after, they untap, draw a card. They do nothing for their turn, because their plan is that they're going to interrupt you on your turn. So, if you know your opponent has a counterspell, or something like that, like it's very clear that they're waiting for you to do something. Instead of playing Brineborn Cutthroat or Nightpack Ambusher, you could just play Opt. And this way, if your opponent doesn't do anything, then you get to scry 1 and draw a card, so you could draw into you could draw into another threat to play when it is a little safer to do so. Or, let's say you have 2 Brineborn Cutthroats. You play the first Brineborn Cutthroat, and your opponent counters it, and then you just play another one. That's another big thing about playing against control. Your opponent, if you're playing multiple spells a turn, it can be really difficult for a control player to deal with that, because, I'm holding up mana for 1 counterspell. If you cast something, and I counterspell it, and then you play another thing, I don't have an answer for that second thing, so that second thing has this opportunity to start generating value. So, control is not unbeatable. It sucks to play against, I know, I understand. Believe me, I've been there, I live there. That's my entire habitat, is just not wanting to play against control. But there are ways of dealing with it. And if your goal in life is to just do nothing but beat control, there are certain kinds of decks that you can play that are designed to beat control. But then, if you're playing a deck like that, then suddenly you have other weaknesses. Maybe your deck becomes really good at fighting control, but is really bad at mid-range, where mid-range decks are just like, every turn I am going to play a powerful card. Maybe 2. But the gist is, each individual card that is played represents like some sort of tangible threat or some sort of, you know, some sort of large amount of value or something like that. And that kind of deck is the kind of deck that Control loves to play against, because it's just like, you know, average mid-range deck. Alright, I do nothing on turn 1, I play a pretty good spell on turn 2. I play a better spell on turn 3. I play a great spell on turn 4. I play a fantastic spell on turn 5. And your opponent looks at you doing that, or your Control opponent looks at you doing that, and is like, oh, cool. Alright, so I'm going to counter your turn 2 spell. I'm going to let your turn 3 spell resolve. I'm going to take a little bit of damage. I'm going to let your turn 4 spell resolve, and usually they're just creatures, so it's like, okay, so you now have the 3 mana creature and the 4 mana creature. Cool. On my turn, I'm going to cast a Wrath, which destroys all of your creatures. Or I'm going to remove the better of the 2 creatures, and then cast the Wrath after you've cast your 5 mana creature. Control is great against decks that are just like, I'm going to play bigger and better spells progressively over the course of the game, and just, if those spells stick around, if those spells happen, or if those permanents stick around, like those big dumb creatures just stick around unburdened, then I'm probably going to win. And that's where Control really excels. And the mid-range deck is where a lot of players start playing. So, of course, Control is your natural enemy, because, you know, Control just dumpsters the kind of deck that you're most likely to be playing. But Control exists for a reason. One of the biggest reasons why Control exists is to stop combo. Combo is a different thing entirely. So I played a combo deck earlier, the vampire deck. I mean, it's a combo as part of. I'm just going to use this as an example. This isn't really a combo deck, but, you know, this is a deck that has a combo in it. So, let's say, what's a good way of putting this? Alright, so, this deck is playing up against a standard mid-range deck. So, the mid-range deck, each of the spells that they cast are really strong, and if they are uninterrupted, they're probably going to stomp you. This kind of deck can thrive in that kind of environment, where a lot of the decks are like that, because mid-range decks, you know, maybe the mid-range deck is more focused on their own game plan. They're not really concerned with what you're doing. They're just going to cast big things, and you're going to have to deal with that. And so, you know, I play out my Veto on turn 3, and then I play out my Exquisite Blood on turn 5. And my opponent, who just spent their last couple of turns just playing big dumb creatures, looks at this and goes, oh, I'm dead. And that moment of where it's like, that moment of, oh, I'm dead, is the kind of thing that Control decks exist to stop. So, let's say, there have been times in Standard, or in any format really, where this card is super easy, like, Combo Piece A is super easy to cast, and also they have, like, a really consistent way of finding it. And the same thing with Combo Piece B. One example was Splinter Twin combo. How it worked was, there was a 2-mana creature that, when it enters the battlefield, it is like a flying 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, it can untap target permanent. Right? Very simple. Enters the battlefield. Oh, actually, there's a card that does a very similar thing in Standard right now. Corridor Monitor. Okay, so Corridor Monitor. When it enters the battlefield, untap target artifact or creature you control. So, here's what the deck does. It has a creature like this on the battlefield. So, when it enters the battlefield, untap target artifact or creature. And then on turn 4, it wants to cast an enchantment called Splinter Twin. Splinter Twin is a 4-mana enchantment that says, it says, enchanted creature has, and it gives the creature an ability. What the ability does is the creature can tap and create a copy of itself, a token copy of itself that has haste. So normally, you tap this creature, you get another one of, like, in a normal circumstance, you put Splinter Twin on a pretty good creature. You tap that creature, you get another one of that creature, and now it's around, and you can use that extra creature. And so this way, you can just get extra versions of this good creature that you have. With Splinter Twin... Alright, so let's say I put Splinter Twin on Corridor Monitor. I tap Corridor Monitor and create another Corridor Monitor. The second Corridor Monitor enters the battlefield. I untap Corridor Monitor. I untap the Corridor Monitor that has Splinter Twin. I can then tap Corridor Monitor again and make another Corridor Monitor that untaps the first one again. And I do that infinity times. And then I have infinite Corridor Monitor tokens that all have haste. And then I attack. So, that kind of deck is why you really need to have, if not like full-on control decks, you need to have decks that have controlling elements in them. You need to have, like, you need to have access to some kind of removal. You need to have access to some kind, like, you gotta have a counterspell somewhere in the format. Because then, let's say, okay, I have Murder in hand. Or no, let's say, okay, I have Eliminate in hand. Alright? Destroy target creature or planeswalker with converted mana cost 3 or less. Great. So now, my opponent tries to cast Splinter Twin, targeting their Corridor Monitor. I kill Corridor Monitor. The Splinter Twin has nowhere to go, goes to the graveyard. They don't get their infinite combo. But, what if... like, what if I have Eliminate in hand, but I spent my turn before they cast Splinter Twin, spending all of my mana? Now, they can cast Splinter Twin for free. Well, what if they have Corridor Monitor, they have Splinter Twin available, but they see that I have mana up. And so, like, I spent my turn doing nothing, because I know I'm going to want to kill the Corridor Monitor in response to them casting Splinter Twin. Well, then they can just do something else. And so, like, holding up this mana does nothing. It's... Magic is all about interaction, right? Even if you are playing in an environment where everyone is just playing mono-red aggro, you still need ways of killing your opponent's mono-red aggro creatures in case they have a better draw than you. Like, they just draw more threats than you. So you need to be able to get rid of some of those most important threats, so that way you have a chance to come back. So, Control is just a deck that is entirely interaction. So it ends up in these situations where it's just like, oh, I don't get to play. Well, you do get to play, but you have to play in a very specific way, and sometimes the way that you... like, sometimes your deck just isn't good against Control. And that happens. Mid-range isn't good against combo. Control isn't good against aggro. It's not exactly a rock, paper, scissors system because of a little thing called the sideboard. Sideboard! So that kind of situation is why the sideboard exists. The sideboard, like, Best of 1 Magic has so many more problems than Best of 3 Magic, because Best of 1 Magic, you know, if you get a bad draw, you lose the match. Or if you're up against a deck that your deck isn't particularly good against, then you're probably just going to lose. But the sideboard gives you options. The sideboard gives you the opportunity to change out a couple of cards that are bad against the deck that you're playing against for decks that are good against the deck that you're playing against. So I'm playing my vampire deck against a control deck. Well, I'm not going to play Eliminate against a control deck because they don't have any creatures or planeswalkers with converted mana cost 3 or less. They just don't have any low-cost creatures. They don't need them. So I get rid of the Eliminates, and instead I bring in Duress. I bring in a couple of these Duress cards. So, Duress, target opponent reveals their hand, you choose a non-creature, non-land card from it, that player discards that card. So you can use this to get rid of a counter spell that they could use on one of your better spells. You could use this on a card draw spell, so you make them way more reliant on just getting the right cards off of the top of their deck. Or, depending on what kind of control deck you're playing against, you could use Duress to get rid of, like, the big dumb win the game spell that they're going to cast eventually. Let's say I'm playing this deck and I'm up against aggro. Well, against aggro, Champion of Dusk can be kinda slow. So I want more ways of dealing with my opponent's aggro threats. So I get rid of a couple of these Champion of Dusks, and instead I bring in Disfigure, which can remove one of their fast, low-costed threats. Or I could bring in Extinction Event. Exile each creature with converted mana cost of the chosen value. So I can just wipe the board of a lot of their threats. Or against control, I play Liliana, and Liliana just every turn says, hey, you gotta discard a card. And control loves having a bunch of cards in hand, because they love having options. So, if you really, really hate control, learning how to utilize, like, playing best of 3 and learning how to utilize the sideboard can be just as good as just, like, you know, switching to play an aggro deck instead. Anyways, that's my fucking lecture about playing Magic. Lawyer Dog could probably put a couple of things in much better terms than I could. He is a much better Magic player than me. Thank you. Hey, no problem. Like, I love Magic, and I love playing Magic with my friends, so if I can figure out ways of allowing my friends to enjoy Magic more, then that's, you know, best case circumstance. You're not a real gamer unless you take losing seriously by falling into a rage spiral. Oh no! No, I understand why Doomsby was frustrated, and I absolutely don't fault him for it. Like, especially as someone that is not as experienced, like, running into that situation can fucking suck. But it's something that you learn to appreciate more over time, and even if you hate that, even if, like, I still hate getting comboed out, I still hate playing against control, but it's appreciating the aspects of the game surrounding that loss. You know, if there wasn't the randomization, like the randomness just from, like, you know, shuffling your deck and taking 7 random cards off of it, if there wasn't that kind of randomness, then way, way worse bullshit will happen in response to that. You hate playing against control, wait until you play against super resilient combo decks where they can just pick their opening hand. Like, that would be a much worse circumstance than... Oh, God. Plus, you know, there's also just, hey, play a deck that's better against control. That's an option. Anyways, hey, Ashok, did you want to play again? Where's my tea? I choose to remain salty, it gives me sustenance! I mean, some people are just like that, right? But I mean, if now that you're thinking more clearly, what you actually dislike about Magic is how angry it makes you. I mean, if that's really the case, then maybe it's just not the game for you. It's like people that, you know, sink thousands of hours into League of Legends, and every single time they play League of Legends, they spend the entire game mad. It's like, why the fuck are you playing League of Legends then? I get it. Like me playing Dota 2. I've been trying to play a lot of Dota 2 recently, just because it's like, oh man, I remember liking Dota 2. And then so many times where I play Dota 2, like I'm just playing against bots even, but so many times when I'm playing Dota 2, it's just like, Dota 2 as a game is way more reliant on the activated ability of items than League of Legends was. I played way more League of Legends back in the day. But, like, Dota 2 frustrates me because the way that I play, I just don't like having to worry about the activated abilities on the items. And the activated abilities of the items are what makes the game the game. So it just frustrates me because it's just like, oh god, I just can't pay attention to having all of these activated abilities at the same time. And then I get frustrated and I'm not having fun. Why the fuck am I playing Dota 2 then? You come back because you love cards too much. Yeah. Fighting games and competitive shooters. Yeah, just like learning to embrace and appreciate and like really dive into the aspects of a game that you enjoy. Like, if that's an option, great. Like, if I'm playing fighting games, I don't want to play against people that are super good at fighting games, because then I just get comboed to shit. What's great is playing these fighting games against people that are closer to my skill level. Or, I think, like, optimal circumstance for me is playing fighting games against people that are slightly better than I am. Because then, in that case, like, even if I am losing relatively consistently, like, coming close can be even better than a victory in some circumstances. Love the teamwork in those kinds of games, with the one-on-one and the winning, yeah. And that's why I tend to try and lean into games that are a little more either directly competitive, like a Magic kind of thing, or cooperative. I find a lot of situations wherein I am playing with other people against other people, that is just optimal. That is just optimal circumstances for making me fucking pissed at all of my good friends. Don't mind super close games of Smash, but then getting curb stomped, you just feel bad. Yeah. And I understand that same kind of thing happens in Magic. Like, there's been so many times where I'm just like trying to play some casual bullshit with Lawyer Dog, but Lawyer Dog is just a way better player than me, so unless he handicaps himself by playing decks that are a little more balanced between us, instead of the decks that he makes that are actually just good, then it can be frustrating, because then, like, so many games end up where it's just like, oh, well, I'm just gonna lose here. That happens. Lack of chance to learn things. Right, well, lack of chance to learn things can vary, right? That can also depend on your perspective. Because there's been so many times where I'm... Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike is a great example for me. With Counter-Strike, it's very difficult for me to observe the things that make me lose. Because so many situations in Counter-Strike are, you make a mistake and you die. But that death happens so quickly, and sometimes it can be really difficult to appreciate how exactly it happened. That's one thing that I don't have as much of a problem with in Magic. In Magic, a lot of the time I can look at the cards and see, oh, that card does that, and they have that. Oh, I'm fucking dead. In that circumstance, you can look at, you can kind of retrace what your opponent did to get to that point. You can see, oh, they were able to play the super powerful Planeswalker on turn 3, because on turn 1 they played a creature that generates mana, and on turn 2 they played a creature that generates mana. I get it, I can see that. And then, from that point, you can start to appreciate, you can learn how to deal with that kind of situation. Oh, if this kind of deck is common, where the opponent's entire game plan is to just generate a shitload of mana really quickly, then how do I deal with that? Well, I could start playing a deck that has counter spells, so that way, when they cast the big stupid spell that wins the game, I can counter it. Or, if I don't want to change my deck, or if I don't want to play a different deck, how can I change my deck to better deal with that specific problem? Well, the problem is not stemming from the big dumb spell that they're casting, but how quickly they are casting it. So how do I stop them from casting that spell as quickly? Well, I can play cards that will target cards in my opponent's hand to get rid of them, like Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize. My opponent, I start playing more Thoughtseize, so that way I can get rid of the big stupid spell out of my opponent's hand, so that forces them to draw into another one if they want to win using that big stupid card. Or I start playing ways of getting rid of the creatures that are generating extra mana. Like in this case, I have Claim the Firstborn. So I steal the creature that's generating mana, and then this deck has a ton of ways of sacrificing creatures. So, in a way, if I steal something with Claim the Firstborn and then sacrifice it to Woe Strider, Claim the Firstborn was a removal spell. So you start playing more removal spells. But then, the biggest problem is, where do you cut your losses? Where do you just accept, my deck cannot beat that deck? Maybe sometimes. 1 out of 10 times, this deck will beat that deck. And, trying to build a deck that wins in every circumstance, that's just not gonna happen. There are too many cards. Things are too diverse. And when that kind of deck does come up, that's when you run into situations where it's oh, well, one of those cards need to be banned, or you end up with an entire metagame that is designed around beating this one deck. you know, you get to the point where it's just like, oh, half of my deck is entirely devoted to beating this one deck. That's not great. Okay, I'm gonna play Magic. I'm just gonna play a quick historic. Oh, play Jund. Because I realized that I think I was just talking for like almost an hour without actually playing video games. All shall perish. Perfect. I mean, not perfect, but pretty good. Counselor hat. A little bit. I'm gonna bet my opponent is on goblins. They're on goblins. I think I need to go with Paradise Druid here. I'm gonna need a little more mana to actually cast things that can deal with the things that my opponent is doing. That's annoying. Okay. If my opponent plays a Skirk Prospector next turn, then they are in a pretty good situation to cast Muxus, which would be very bad because he has a creature that gives haste. So I think... yeah, Collected Company. I'm just gonna do it now. Sweet. Okay, so Blood Artist, Mayhem Devil. So now, if he does cast Skirk Prospector... okay, he didn't. Oh, wow. Triple Goblin Warchief. I think I need to go for Bolas' Citadel. So, sack, Paradise Druid. I'll just kill one of the Instigators. If that last card is Muxus, that last card is Muxus. I don't really have any way of dealing with that with my current hand. Oh! This might be bad. Goblin Matron. Okay, so now Goblin Matron finds Muxus, and now he casts Muxus. Yeah! Chain Whirler? Why you gotta be playing Chain Whirler? Oh god. Well, I gotta kill Muxus, because otherwise I am extremely dead as opposed to just very dead. Huh. Just talking about this kind of situation. Yeah. Up. Up. Huh. Sacrifice the goat to Phyrexian Tower. Play Priest of the Forgotten Gods. Sacrifice Priest and Paradise Druid. Play Phyrexian Tower. Keep the untapped Phyrexian Tower. Sacrifice Woe Strider. Play Collected Company. Mayhem Devil Llanowar Elves. Nope, dead. I'm dead! The main chunk of the game and lessons... Huh. Like, playing the game and... Okay. No, I understand where you're coming from. Like, it can be frustrating, like... Going into a game wherein you already have a low chance of winning because of, like, your army versus their army. Like, your army is just not very good against their army. Or your deck is just not very good against their deck. That kind of thing. Yeah, okay. I see where you're coming from with that, and I appreciate it. It can be really frustrating to, like, go into a situation having already lost, or at least it coming across that way. Priest. Pass the turn. Okay. I'm setting myself up for a turn 3 Bolas' Citadel. Trying not to get salty, trying to articulate one's points. Yeah, I get it, man. Hey, don't worry about it. It's all good. If I play Goose, tap Goose for mana. Like, I think this works, right? Wait, no. I should count. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, okay, cool. Wait, no. I know, don't rope me. Okay. Up. Up, up. 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 Bolas' Citadel! Ba-ba. 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 Alright, if my opponent doesn't deal 4 damage directly to me, pretty sure I win next turn. They have 5 mana. I don't think there's anything that they could play in the Elf Ball deck that makes them win the game from this point. Tap for green. Tap, sacrifice. Blood Artist, Blood Artist, Blood Artist. Mayhem Devil. Oh wait, I'm a fool. I should have played Blood Artist first, I'm a fool! Sacrifice food for life. Mayhem Devil. Kill their thing. Drain for 4. Play an elf. Play a devil. Play a land tapped. Play a devil. Sacrifice all my everything to Bolas's Citadel. And deal approximately a fucktillion damage. I did it! I won off of this deck being stupid. God, how much damage is that gonna be? 4... 7... So that was going to be 7 damage from each creature. I sacrificed 9 creatures. Plus 10. So that was going to be 60... That was going to be 73 damage. To my opponent. So... Okay. So... That's a reasonable amount of damage. So, Blood Artist... Whenever Blood Artist or another creature dies, target player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Whenever Mayhem Devil, whenever a player sacrifices a permanent, Mayhem Devil deals 1 damage to any target. So, Bolas's Citadel. Sacrifice 10 non-land permanents, each opponent loses 10 life. So, I sacrificed 9 creatures and Bolas's Citadel. And then each opponent loses 10 life. Like, that was a nice little cherry on top, but... I sacrificed all of the creatures at the same time. So, each Blood Artist saw, like, air quotes, saw every other creature that died at the same time. So, normally, if you sacrifice them one by one, like, I sacrificed this Blood Artist. So this Blood Artist triggers, this Blood Artist triggers, this Blood Artist triggers, this Blood Artist triggers, this Mayhem Devil trigger, this Mayhem Devil trigger, this Mayhem Devil trigger. And then, if I sacrifice another Blood Artist, I get 1 fewer triggers because one of the Blood Artists is already gone. If I sacrifice all of them at the same time, every single one of these creatures gets a trigger for each other creature that died or was sacrificed at the same time. So because it all happened, because they were all sacrificed at the same time, all of the creatures that are looking for creatures to die or permanents to be sacrificed, all of them saw everything, and so everything happened at the same time. They all went onto the stack one at a time, so I would have ended up with... Oh wait, no. I would have dealt 76 damage, because the Mayhem Devils would have also seen the Bolas's Citadel sacrifice itself. The Witness Me nuke. Yeah, a little bit. So I would have had to put 66 triggers on the stack. And that would have taken a while. So I'm glad my opponent conceded. But yeah, that kind of thing is why I say this deck is even more broken than the deck that has the infinite combo in it. Because, okay, I had that board, or I was casting a bunch of spells with Bolas's Citadel. I was generating a ton of creatures onto the board. Now, my opponent, let's say my opponent had a removal spell. Like, you know, before I cast the last creature that I needed to sacrifice everything to Bolas's Citadel, my opponent uses a removal spell and kills one of my creatures. That creature dies, and then I get 4 Blood Artist triggers, and so I drain my opponent for 4, and even then I still have this massive board of stuff to just hit them with. So, how do you deal with that? Well, theoretically, you could have used the removal spell earlier, if you had it, on Priest of the Forgotten Gods, because Priest of the Forgotten Gods is how I made all of that happen, because I was able to sacrifice 2 creatures and generate 2 mana off of it. Or you could just kill the Goose, which is one of the creatures that I sacrificed to the Priest, which also taps for mana itself. So, like, even if you did disrupt my mana early on, just by killing some of my creatures, theoretically, unless you were killing me in response to me no longer being able to do my things, then all I needed was time before I could, cast Bolas' Citadel anyways. And so, returning to Doomsby's point, like, how are you supposed to deal with that? How are you supposed to deal with that if you've never played against that deck before? You kinda don't. Right? It's tough. Like, it's not the answer you want to hear. But, like, what do you do? What do you do about that? Well, you have to have included cards in your deck that are ways of dealing with that kind of deck. So, sure, you can still win against this deck, even if you're not prepared to fight this deck. But knowing how this deck works, like, makes you so much more likely to win that game, because, like, knowledge is power in this kind of game. Knowing how, like, alright, my opponent doesn't know exactly what deck let's say my opponent doesn't know exactly what deck I'm on, but they see me play Mayhem Devil. They know how Mayhem Devil works in theory. They know the kind of things that Mayhem Devil can do. They know that Mayhem Devil is a very important card for my game plan, so they kill Mayhem Devil. Even in a vacuum, even assuming that, maybe it could be a case where Mayhem Devil is not actually very important to what I'm doing, but it's still smart to kill Mayhem Devil because of the potential behind Mayhem Devil. And that's the same kind of thing that you want to think about in response to, like, Mana Dorks. So you're up against an opponent, and turn 1 they play a Gilded Goose or a Llanowar Elves. It's not the fact that Gilded Goose or Llanowar Elves by itself is an extremely powerful card. It is the potential of the card. It is what kind of thing that Llanowar Elves can do. So if you just let them keep Llanowar Elves, like, you have a removal spell but you don't use it, you are setting yourself up for the potential wherein they use that Llanowar Elves to have additional mana and cast a much more powerful spell earlier than you can handle it. Ba-ba-ba. Sack the goat. Sometimes you just need the experience of seeing bullshit unfold on you. Yeah. And, like, it's harsh. I understand. Just, like, how was I supposed to know? Sometimes you don't, man. I mean, that same kind of situation even goes back as far as chess. Like, you can theoretically see, like, just based on your understanding of the rules, right? You see your opponent move their bishop, and you think, okay, well, I know that bishop can do this kind of thing. Yeah, that's fine. I know this bishop can do this kind of thing, but I'm just gonna let the bishop do its thing. And then the bishop puts you into checkmate. And it's like, oh shit. I didn't expect the bishop to do that in that way. Or maybe you just underestimated the bishop. That's annoying. because I'm pretty sure you don't get the opportunity to do things in between your opponent choosing even or odd and the effect happening. Yeah. So I would have to guess, like, I would have to play around which my opponent was going to choose. Because if I just sacrificed both of the creatures that I had that were... Yeah. If I just sacrificed both of the creatures that my opponent had that were 2 mana, so if I sacrificed all of the odd mana'd creatures, then he would just choose odd instead and kill the rest of my creatures. Hey, don't mind if I do. Oh yeah. You'll love to see it. You just love to see it. Murderous Rider. Yeah. So in response to Murderous Rider, I'm gonna sacrifice Mayhem Devil and Gilded Goose, so that way Mayhem Devil sees 2 sacrifice triggers. 2 damage to him, 2 damage from Priest of the Forgotten Gods. Play Overgrown Tomb tapped. Zoom! Do tokens have a CMC of 0? Tokens do have a CMC of 0. I'm gonna restart the captioner again, because apparently I've been talking a whole lot today. Oh hey, 20 gems! Neat. Yeah, if anyone wants to become a challenger, just let me know. And I will fight you in between, or I will fight you instead of just rolling up another historic match. You hydrating? I have been. Not as much as I should be, but I have been. Here, I'll make it nice and audible for you, just so you know I'm not bullshitting you. Alright, so we're looking at a potential turn 3 Bolas' Citadel. Ba-ba-ba. My opponent is playing Sultai, black, blue, green. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! That is exactly the kind of thing that I wanted to see. Because that means they're not holding up a counterspell. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. God damn! Hey, remember that thing where I sacrifice a shitload of things to Bolas' Citadel and kill my opponent doing that? Yeah, I was about to do that. On turn 3. Oh, golly gee willikers. And you show that uncensored? Yeah, sorry, I should have put Dwayne up on the screen so you couldn't see that absolute slaughter. But yeah, like, if my opponent had just held up a counterspell, I can't keep that. If my opponent had held up a counterspell instead, and they just countered my Bolas's Citadel, then I would just lose that game. Blood Strider away, Blood Crit tapped. That was too tame for him. Huh. Yeah. Alright. That goose is mine, and I'm going to turn it into an artist. See? That's the kind of thing, like, Claim the Firstborn was a removal spell there, and it removed my opponent's mana dork. Which is great. I can't cast Mayhem Devil because I need a black and a red, and this is only black if I sacrifice a creature. So, Woe Strider instead. Alright, so this turn... Questing Beast, that's annoying, but that's... I can deal with that. Yeah, no blocks. So now... Actually, do I want a Collected Company or do I want a Mayhem Devil? I want a Collective Company. Sacrifice the goat to Phyrexian Tower, drain my opponent for 1. Get a Blood Artist and a Paradise Druid out on the field. I'm gonna take another 4 off of this Questing Beast, probably, but these things happen. Ouch! Karn the Great Creator, huh? Ooh. Tutor... Get like a Platinum Angel or something. So that way I can Thought Seize it out of your hand. Yeah! Uh-huh. Get an artifact from outside of the game. Grafdigger's Cage? That's fine. That's not a problem, actually. I think my opponent assumes that I am playing Cat Oven in this deck as well, when I am super not. Thoughtseize, my opponent. Sacrifice Paradise Druid to Phyrexian Tower. 2 Blood Artist triggers, 1 Mayhem Devil trigger. Elder Gargaroth needs to go. That is a large, hefty lad that I cannot contend with. I am in a bit of an awkward situation regarding how I'm actually going to win here. I guess we'll see. Is he gonna cash in Karn for something? Ooh, sacrifice the Mind Stone. Draw a card. You know you wanna. Aw. Is he getting the Platinum Angel now? God Pharaoh statue. Interesting. And annoying. I'll take the 4. Yep. So now all my stuff is much more expensive. Alright, sacrifice... Sacrifice Woe Strider. Well, yeah, sacrifice Woe Strider. 3 pings. Bring out Mayhem Devil. Players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries, so I'm not going to be able to get Woe Strider back, although I wasn't going to be able to get Woe Strider back anyways, because it currently costs 7 mana, because God Pharaoh's statue makes everything I cast cost 2 more. Take the 4 from Questing Beast. My opponent's trying to draw into probably an Ugin, just some big stupid thing that wins the game. If I had another way, I should have sacked the Blood Artist. Damn it. No, I'm losing this game for sure. Unless my opponent just left, in which case, great. Oh, he's thinking about whether or not to sack the food, I think. Oh, if he does, that'd be so good for me. He didn't. He saw the line. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'm trying to do the math here, and I'm pretty sure I'm just fucking dead. Because even if I find Bolus's Citadel, I don't have enough life to start casting spells off of it. Yeah, I'm just dead. I'm dead! What a shame. What a rotten way to die. What are y'all up to? What's going on out there? In the world. In Zawardo. Zawario. I'm gonna play the Stomping Ground tapped. What you think of that, opponent? Mono white? What mono white deck doesn't play anything on turns 1 or 2? Concerning. Oh, is this just control? Idyllic Tutor? What are you getting? 9 lives? That's fine, actually. That is totally... that's totally fine. Because 9 lives only cares about damage. You know what doesn't deal damage? Blood Artist. Blood Artist causes life loss. That's annoying, but oh well. Hey, I would like to Thoughtseize your 9 lives. Yeah. I'm gonna play out the Whoa Strider. You should see this Lissa update. I should. I'm a bit behind, though. I need to catch up before I actually look at the update. Oh! Rude. Alright. Oh boy, I wonder if he's gonna cast Shadow this guy. Oh, he might not. He might actually cast Immortal Sun instead. That'd be fine. Hey! That's fine. Okay. Sure. Uh-huh. Sack the goat to try and scry away the Overgrown Tomb. Sack the Woe Strider to try and scry away the Overgrown Tomb. Oh wait, he doesn't have Solemnity out, so I can just kill him with 9 lives. Not super likely, but I could. Scry away the land. There we go. There we go. Ah, there we go. Oh wait, no, I don't have enough permanents for Bolas' Citadel yet. Scry, yep. Yep, my opponent saw the writing on the wall on that one. So, what my opponent's deck was all about is music to my wild carding. Yeah, a little bit. So, 9 lives. A hexproof enchantment, 3 mana. If a source would deal damage to you, prevent that damage and put an incarnation counter on 9 lives. When there are 9 or more incarnation counters on 9 lives, exile it. When 9 lives leaves the battlefield, you lose the game. So, under normal circumstances, this is just like, hey, you can take damage 9 times and then you lose. However, the card that my opponent was looking for was a card called Solemnity. Solemnity is also a 3-mana white enchantment, and Solemnity says, counters cannot be put on you or... permanents cannot be put on players or permanents they control. I think that's the wording. So, 9 lives says, hey, if you're gonna take damage, you don't take it and put a counter on me. If there are 9 counters on me, you lose the game, basically. Solemnity says, you can't put counters on anything. Hooray! I am now immune to damage forever! Unless you get rid of either 9 lives. Well, you can't target 9 lives to destroy it, but you can get rid of Solemnity by targeting it and destroying it with an enchantment removal spell. Or a permanent removal spell. Anything that gets rid of an enchantment, you can get rid of Solemnity. And then you can start dealing damage again. However, I didn't even need to do that, because 9 lives prevents damage. It does not prevent your life total from changing, and Blood Artist does not deal damage. Blood Artist says, target player loses 1 life. Losing life is not taking damage, but taking damage is losing life. It's a rectangles and squares situation. So, 9 lives would not have actually kept him from dying to Blood Artist. So if I could have just kept sacrificing things to Woe Strider, scry any lands on top to the bottom, keep casting things off top, and then sacrifice everything to Bolas's Citadel. If the Blood Artists wouldn't kill him, then Bolas's Citadel probably would, because Bolas's Citadel also specifies loses life, not takes 10 damage. And that kind of bullshit is why I really like this deck. This deck has so much going on. It's so powerful. And also I just love Aristocrats decks. Decks that like sacrificing things and likes for its own things to die, and I mean sometimes other things to die. Blood Artist was a relatively recent addition to Historic. It used to be, there was another card called, or there are a couple of cards that have a similar effect, but usually the effect only cares about if your creatures die. Blood Artist is if any creature dies, so if you can kill your opponent's creatures, that also triggers the effect. Blood Artist is my homeboy. Soulscar Mage, so I'm up against mono red aggro, probably. You want a card that says if you win in this turn, you win, otherwise you lose. Well, you would need some kind of upside, and, hey, there is a card that has a similar kind of upside. Oh, well, that's a shame. Oh, that's a shame. No blocks. Can I get a red source? I can't, apparently. What a shame. Oh, that's not great. Well, the Gilded Goose is a red source. But yeah, there is a red... There's Goblin Chain Whirler, and Goblin Chain Whirler is a bitch. God, what was I gonna say? I'm so flustered by Goblin Chain Whirler. If I can get my other Mayhem Devil out this next turn, I might not be just dead. But I'm pretty dead. Just swinging in. If I don't block Soulscar Mage, there's a very distinct chance that I just die. Light of the stage. Okay. 2 lands. Love to see it. Love to see it. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Red, black, green, Mayhem Devil. Sacrifice the food to generate black mana. 1, 2. Sacrifice the goose to generate black mana. Goblin Chain Whirler. I don't have another sack outlet. So, here we go. That would be the most busted effect on a card you can give that's not just you instantly win. That's a very... I should have attacked. That's a very complicated question. There is so much going on behind that question, it is difficult to express. Because the general gist is, in what deck, or like, with what other cards? Oh, yikes. Needs more sack, always. Lava Runner. That's not good. Black Lotus is Giga banned because it would just work in any deck ever? Yeah, basically. No. I really need to keep Phyrexian Tower available. Alright. Yep. Sorry, I'll get back to you win the game, you lose the game thing here in a second. I'm really deep in the tank on this one. There's so much that could go wrong in this situation. So many ways I could just die. Okay. Oh my god. Well, I guess now I can hard cast Bolas' Citadel without using Phyrexian Tower. That's cool. Wait. Yes! Okay, sweet. Ba-ba-ba. That Rampaging Ferocidon needs to go. Yeah. And the Blood Artist triggers happened after the Rampaging Ferocidon was dead, which is good, because Rampaging Ferocidon makes it so that players can't gain life. Oh my god, these draws. There's so many like, if I get Collected Company, that could just completely dumpster my opponent. If I get Bolas' Citadel, that could just completely dumpster my opponent. Yeah. Yeah. Taking 4. If I go to 3, I die. Because he can sacrifice Ramunap Ruins to deal 2 to me. Yeah, alright. Well, he made it a lot easier to visualize. Oh god. If he draws Lightning Strike, I'm dead. If he draws Wizard's Lightning, I'm dead. He drew Lightning Strike! Fuck! Ah, that's so annoying. Are you victorious, Apprentice? Great. Yeah. Oh wait, is Glorious... Did they even put Glorious End into Amonkhet Remastered? I sure hope they did. Direct game. Glorious. That's not how to spell it. Glory. There we go. Good enough. Not collected. Aha! Sweet! So this card is kind of the effect that I feel like you were getting at, Burke. So, 2 in a red, instant, end the spell. Sorry, end the turn. So you cast the spell, and the turn, as soon as it resolves, you end the turn. So, all spells and abilities that are on the stack, including this card, go away. The player whose turn it is discards down to their maximum hand size. Damage wears off this turn and until end of turn effects end. So, this spell basically just goes, alright, it's the next turn now. And then, at the beginning of your next end step, you lose the game. So, if your opponent is about to do something that would kill you, like they attack with all of their creatures, and all of those creatures are going to kill you, or they are like... they finish putting all of their triggers on the stack from, like, them sacrificing their entire board to Bolus's Citadel. You cast this. Everything that was on the stack, everything that was actively happening is no longer happening, and you move to the next turn. But you better mean it, because then at the end of your next turn, you lose the game. However, if you want to be real fucking cheeky, if you cast Glorious End, let's say on your opponent's turn, it goes to your turn. You play through your turn. Before you go to your end step, before you end your turn, you cast Glorious End. It then goes to your opponent's turn, and you don't lose the game until your next end step. And then your opponent gets another turn, and then you get another turn, and then you lose the game. It's dumb. It's a dumb card. It's not good, but it is very funny. A card that might be useful once in a blue moon, but when it works. Right. Like, that's the thing, is like, 9 times out of 10 it's going to do jack shit. But when it works... When it works, you are a golden god. You are a genius among geniuses. What is my opponent playing? Life game? Woe Strider. So now, next turn, I can steal one of his things with Claim the Firstborn and sacrifice it to Woe Strider. Yeah. Core Spirit Dancer. Auras. Well, what that actually means is, instead of stealing something now, I'm gonna steal something late. No, because if I steal something now, whenever you cast an aura spell, you may draw a card. So if I steal and sacrifice it now, then that keeps my opponent from, like, being able to draw a bunch of cards off of it. Yeah. This dancer is mine. And then I'm gonna hit you. And then I'm gonna sacrifice it, because I don't need it anymore. Phyrexian Tower will let me cast Bolus's Citadel, so I'm going to keep that on top. Hey, what you got, bud? Draws a card. Yeah, no, that needs to go. Things that draw cards, unacceptable. Verboten. Oh wait, no, I can't actually cast Bolus's Citadel this turn. Oh no, he drew one! Bitch. Rolls up a magic card and smokes it. Oh god. No blocks. Enters tapped. I'm just gonna make a food. He does have first strike. That's annoying. Oh wait, I shouldn't have. I should have chumped block with the goose. I'm a fool. I have made mistakes. Yep. This is bad. So what I should have done, I should have left Gilded Goose up so that it could block Speaker of the Heavens, sacrifice Gilded Goose to Woe Strider after making a food at instant speed, so that way he wouldn't gain the life from hitting the Goose with Speaker of the Heavens. Because next turn I would have been able to cast Bolus's Citadel anyways, because I can still just sacrifice the goat to Phyrexian Tower. I didn't need to tap Gilded Goose for mana. Alright, well, I've got 9 life to win. So let's see how this works out, I guess. Ugh. God damn it. Alright, yep. Flight, yep. So what he might do is he might give it protection from green, so that way the goose can't actually block it. And if he does that, I'm a very sad boy. If he lets me resolve the block, then I'm still in this. Oh! Oh, thank you, opponent. To the bottom. Oh, you'll love to see it. Alright. Needs 27 life for Speaker of the Heavens. Alright. Winter's tapped. Paradise Druid. Black Red. Blood Artist. Oh god, I'm trying to do like so much math in my head right now. Llanowar Elves. Okay. Sack Elves. To get a scry off of Woe Strider. Priest of the Forgotten Gods, that's good. Bolus's Citadel, that's bad. Sacrifice Paradise Druid. Another Drain. Gain a little bit of life. Scry to the bottom. Sacrifice Paradise Druid. Drain. Scry to the bottom. Oh god, please. Llanowar Elves, that's fine. Mayhem Devil. Interesting. I need to gain life first, so sack Llanowar Elves to Phyrexian Tower, drain, ping Alseid. Yep. Another thing got sacrificed. Ping. Drain, drain, drain. I can't actually kill Speaker of the Heavens this turn, so that happens. Pro red. Yeah, that makes sense. 3. Oh! Perfect. Okay. Go to 1. Sacrifice this food. Oh, I did it. I got there. I got there. Game 3, play Blood Artist, sacrifice everything to Bolas's Citadel. Oh my god! Oh, I can't believe I got there! I can't believe I got there! Ugh. Oh my god. I thought I was the deadest man on Earth after I misplayed with the goose earlier on. Like, making the food with the goose instead of using it to chump block the Speaker of the Heavens. Oh, that so easily could have just spelled the end. Oh my god. My brain hurts. I had to be so extremely careful. Any amount of misplays, and I was so dead. Or any amount of misplays, like, after a certain point. Also, oh god, I'm scared. Ooh, a mythic, you say? Alright, how quickly can I mute this, just in case? Oh. Yeah! I should play more Dragon Ball FighterZ. That's a good game. Although I don't have any of the DLC characters, so that's a shame. There's so many. Another General Kudro? Yeah, that's neat. Oh, you'd fight? Nice. I'm worried that it would just be the most unbearable thing to listen to the sounds of my fight stick, though. Also, yay! I completed the set mastery! Cooler Z Broly and SS Goku. I think my team was like... Yamcha, Super Saiyan Goku, and... Cell. I think that was my team. Yay! So now for every level I get from this point on, I just get an uncommon card reward. Which isn't great, but I did get my money's worth from the Mastery Pass, considering that I actually completed the whole thing. I can't believe I completed the whole thing. You just mash your invincible super armor and hope for the best. I just really enjoyed Yamcha's mix-ups. Reminded me a little bit of Akihiko from Persona Arena, and a little bit of Misfortune. I mean, Misfortune, her mix-ups are because of the head, but... if this were an overgrown tomb, I could keep this, but I don't think I can keep this with a tapped land. That's so slow. That's a shame. That would have been a really good hand otherwise. Ah, oh, I love every card in this hand. Let's ditch Woe Strider. Think it's a higher upside to keep the goose. Miss Skullgirls. Yeah, Skullgirls is great. Dragon Skull Summit, Paradise Druid. Send a message. Fiend Artisan. Off of 2 forests. Interesting. Let's get out Priest and Blood Artist. And then next turn I'll Coco and hope for the best. I think Skullgirls is easier to play than Dragon Ball FighterZ. Keyboard layout? Oh god. I'm so sorry. Hey, I also have a Fiend Artisan. What you gonna say about that? Black. Sack the food. Ping Fiend Artisan. Drain for 1. Sacrifice Goose and Druid to Priest. Everything going upstairs. Because then he has to sacrifice his only creature, and then get 2 more pings. Can't actually use the 4 mana that I got from that, which is a shame, but say Levy. The keyboard is just a poor hitbox. Yeah, I guess. Hadn't really thought of it that way. You know what? I'm gonna go for it. I shouldn't have played that land if I was going for it, but I'm going for it. Bolus's Citadel! Because now if I hit a land off the top, there's nothing I can do about it. Like that. Oh well. Ah, holding up Coco, eh? That's not gonna do it. Oh wait! Assassin's Trophy! That's gonna do it! Oh no! I'm boned! Because now he just destroys my Citadel. And I know I'm drawing into a land. I shouldn't have gone for it! Gun jumper hat jumped the gun. I sure did. That's annoying. Yeah. I can still get there. Not with draws like that. Does this game have free-for-alls? It only has 1v1s at the moment, which is a shame. I think 4-player games are a thing that they're gonna do eventually? Lame. Yeah, I know. I'm also disappointed. Let's gain some life. Hey, Blood Artist! Two Blood Artist triggers, and then Priest of the Forgotten Gods is going to deal 2. Unless he gains life off of this collected company. He didn't! Hey! You can play Magic in a way that's not 1v1. You can! There's a lot of really fun formats that are based around free-for-all. Like Commander is primarily a free-for-all game type. And Commander is a lot of fun. Is it flexible enough that an arbitrary amount of Oh, it is flexible enough. Yeah, Magic, you can just... one thing that the card shop that I used to go to would host every now and then were Commander Battle Royales, where the things that you did could only affect the person to the left and to the right of you. And there would just be like this huge circle of players, like sometimes upwards of like 9 to 12 players. And it was just last person standing wins. It was pretty neat. I never actually participated in any of them because there were enough prizes that people were moderately competitive, and I never really played competitive Commander. But yeah, Commander is a really cool format. You have one creature that you have access to at basically any time. All of the cards in your deck have to be the same color as that creature, or colorless. And you have to have 100 cards in your deck, and other than basic lands, you can only have one of each card. Or you would have 99, and then you would have your Commander, which is the creature that you always have access to. So you could build a lot of really neat and interesting decks, where it's like, my Commander really likes... my Commander has a lot of synergy with, like, putting +1/+1 counters on my creatures. So I'm gonna build my deck to be all about putting +1/+1 counters on creatures, because I know I'll always have access to a creature that is good with +1/+1 counters. And you can build some really goofy decks, like you could build a deck that is entirely made up of werewolves. Because, like, there's a ban list, basically, but otherwise you have access to basically any Magic card ever made outside of that relatively small ban list. You know, over 10,000 cards. And just figure out which ones you like, put them in there. Also, you start out with 40 life, and there's a couple of extra minor rule changes, but Commander is really fun. The biggest problem with Commander is that it can be tough for new players to get into because it involves a lot of reading the cards. You really gotta read the cards in order to understand what's going on. Ooh, my opponent mulliganed. Oh, my opponent also has the cool dog. Paradise Druid. Oh, it's absolutely a clusterfuck to watch. Like, if you're just spectating, you really need to have people that are, like, narrating what's going on and that kind of thing. But actually playing in it, the main thing that I liked about playing Commander was it being a social thing. Like, I would play Commander with my friends at the card shop, and you know, most of the time that we spent playing Commander was not actually caring about what was going on in the game. We were just kind of shooting the shit. How have they not done Magic Royale? I mean, you could kind of do something like that. My opponent's on mono black control. They have a lot of mana, so they're probably just going to cast Ugin and rip my entire asshole just straight out of my body. They're not even going to have the common courtesy to give it back afterwards. But let's find out! Oh, that's the Ugin that doesn't completely lose me the game yet. That's good. Aw, exiled my things that I didn't actually need. What a shame. Well, if I draw another land next turn... then I can cast Bolus. If I draw a land and he doesn't kill my goose... Oh wait, no, I'm dead. Goodbye. Goodbye! See, Ugin the Spirit Dragon, one of his abilities is exile each non-land permanent with a converted mana cost X or less, that's 1 or more colors, and it costs X loyalty, and he starts with 7. So he could exile almost everything in my deck twice and still be around. He doesn't exile stuff out of your deck, to be clear. Anything that was in my deck that could have been on the field, he could have exiled. Yeah, that Ugin makes me sad when my opponent plays it. Enters tapped. Red. So are they on aggro and they're holding up shock, or are they on goblins and didn't have a Skirk Prospector? They're on goblins and didn't have a Prospector. I see. Oh, well, there's the Prospector. What's the likelihood of them being able to kill me if I don't kill this conspicuous Snoop? Not great. It's probably fine. There are a couple of cards that they could play here that would make me sad, like that one, but it's not actually going to kill me. Just going to lose 3 life. Alright. Your boy is mine. Sacrifice. Oh wait, no. Not yet. Attack with these two first. And then... sacrifice my priest and his goblin. 2 Mayhem Devil triggers. Wait, no, I'm stupid! Those were supposed to go to him, because he would have had to sacrifice the Snoop, and then I would have gotten an extra damage. I'm the worst! I'm so bad at Magic! See, this is what would have been better. I sacrifice 2 creatures, aim the Mayhem Devil triggers at him, he has to sacrifice a creature. Because he sacrificed a creature, I get more Mayhem Devil damage pointed at his face. But I didn't do that because I'm an idiot. And also he loses because I don't really think there was any way he was getting out of that one. Devil Trigger, keeping it stylish. Hell yeah! Smoking sexy stylish. Bang, bang, bang! Proc my Mayhem Devil. Okay. I'm almost out of water. I've also been going for 4.5 hours, so I should probably be wrapping things up sooner than later. It's not great. My opponent is Voltron. And you may think, oh, they're just making a Sentai reference. No. Voltron is a deck archetype, where you just pile a bunch of stuff onto one creature, and that creature becomes very strong and powerful. Priest... Is my opponent on Golgari stuff, or is my opponent also on Jund? Let's find out. If I had a goose turn 1, then I could have turn 3 Bolus's Citadel. What a shame. Let's get Mayhem Devil out to disincentivize him from sacrificing things. He plays Exodia. Oh god. Pot of Greed! Oh no! Trail of Crumbs? He's on food? Really? In this day and age? Would never have expected. Yeah, I'll take the 3. Do I want to get Fiend Artisan out, or do I just want to keep Paradise Druid? I think I want Paradise Druid more. So if I keep Paradise Druid around, the next turn I can Citadel. I will shoot that cat. Targeting Mayhem Devil. That sucks, but... It leaves Vrask at 1 loyalty. Oh, wait. Wait, no, this isn't gonna work out the way I want it to. I mean, I'm still probably gonna come out ahead here. It's just awkward more than anything. He's thinking about whether he wants to keep the goose for food generation. He's keeping the goose! Wow. Color me surprised. Let's go Elf Paradise Druid. Sack Elf to get out Fiend Artisan. Alright. Yep, getting the food. Oh, food to bring back... Oh, okay. Generate food to bring back Cauldron Familiar, and now he's got Cat Oven Loop on lock. Which is annoying, but... it's not that bad. Because if I snipe a... Green, green, black. If I get a Mayhem Devil off of this collected company, I didn't. That's... bad. So he's gonna bring back the cat and then sacrifice the cat to the priest trigger instead. Getting Vraska off of Trail of Crumbs. Oh, he sacrificed the goose? Well, that's good. Okay. Fiend Artisan for 2. Sack the goose. Go find Blood Artist. So he's probably just gonna play out Vraska. Oh wait, no, he's got red now. He may play Mayhem Devil. If he plays Mayhem Devil, that's bad for him. Well, I mean, it's not bad for him, but it's not as good as if he plays out Vraska and kills my Blood Artist. There's the Vraska. Tick down, kill Blood Artist. Killing Priest of the Forgotten Gods? Really? I don't know if my opponent is just like on some next level shit, or if they are just constantly misplaying. It's really hard for me to tell. I can't actually attack with Fiend Artisan because he can just bring the cat back and block it, and then sacrifice the cat. So I'm just gonna sacrifice this 8/8 for 2 mana. Next level misplaying. I mean, it's possible. Ooh, girl! Ooh, girl, you love to see it. Yep. Yep. So this is forcing my opponent to kind of do everything that they had wanted to do early, because now every time they do anything, Mayhem Devil gives them a real Rogerin. Oh, yeah, no, my opponent is... Yep, good game. My opponent is the deadest man that ever lived. Golly gee. Yeah, so... I respect the food deck. Like, Trail of Crumbs, you can just generate so much value off of it, but against this build of Jund, it is just really not what you want to be doing. Because you're, like, my opponent was relying so heavily on Vraska to snipe my my Blood Artists and my Mayhem Devils. Like, he didn't have a ton of ways of dealing with my threats. He was... his deck is more about just, like, slowly accruing truckloads and truckloads of value over time. Mine, I just build up a board state and then snipe you. I just, like, call down the orbital cannon of death. It's like if a spirit bomb killed everyone that gave Goku their power. That's kinda what my deck does. Anyways. My throat is getting pretty raw here. I've been talking my head off. So I think I'm gonna wrap things up there. That'd be the hardest counter. Hardest counter to what? Sorry. There we go. Oh, like, if my opponent, like, if I was up against Goku and he was charging up his Spirit Bomb, but then I charged up my Spirit Bomb and killed everyone that was charging his Spirit Bomb. I mean, that's... yeah. That's kind of how the Aristocrats mirror match works. Also, that's what that kind of deck is called. Like, Aristocrats decks are decks that are just built around sacrificing things and generating things from getting sacrificed, or value from things that die, and stuff like that. See, Magic is all about the theater of the mind. And also looking at all the pretty cards. Anyways. Yeah, thanks everyone for, showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff. I had a really good day today. I mean, most of it was just me playing the same Magic deck over and over and over, but it's a really fun deck. And I got to do all sorts of, lectures about perspective and Magic. It's basically everything I know about. Thanks for the spirit bombing. Hell yeah. Hey, if you're hanging out and you're not already in the Discord, you can type !Discord into the chat, and that'll give you a link to the Discord. You can come hang out. I chat in there basically all the time. It's got a lot of cool people. It's a nice place. Spirit bottoming. Come on. Come on. Also, it's 18 plus because I don't want to have to deal with moderating young people, not because there's porno everywhere. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Oh, thanks again to Dan. I don't think he's around at the moment, but thanks again to Dan for the gift sub. And thanks to Immortan McGee, aka Noror, for the follow. I think that's all of the notifications for today. Probably gonna be playing Control tomorrow. Since I took today off of Control to play Magic, I may only do Control once this week. Because there are a couple of new games that I would like to get my hands on. I'd like to try out One Step from Eden and Tangle Deep and a couple other things. And also, some wild bullshit is popping off in the RimWorld save. So I'll probably run a poll in the Discord as to what I'm gonna stream either tomorrow or Thursday. No stream on Wednesday, sorry. But yeah, either Tuesday or Thursday is going to be a poll stream, and then the other stream is probably going to be Control. And then Saturday is probably going to be Deadly Premonition 2, as usual. Would have been meta if you skipped playing Control to play Control decks. I just don't have the heart to do it, man. I can't. I also jump the gun on counterspells too often. Anyways, hey, if you want to talk more about Magic, you can go hang out in my Discord. Because for now, I need to give my throat a rest, and also go get something to eat. Thanks again, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow.